was like, what is this? And I don't know, I can find McClellan, and then
I've heard that name before, but
you have. That's interesting that you've heard it.
Yeah, I have definitely heard the name. It could have come from John Lear, but I don't know. I mean, is some of the stuff he's saying absolutely can be true, or it absolutely cannot.
Totally.
I don't know, but I mean, I love the guy. He was a great friend. He just thinks differently. And I mean, it's sad he died. I wish I had spent more time with him.
Yeah.
But after I moved, it was just impractical. But I mean, if you're talking about statements John Lear made, boy, it's tough. It's really tough to find out what's accurate and what's not.
It's decoding the Voynich manuscript.
Yeah.
But no, he's a complicated. Yeah. So I think, and we talked about this a little bit, maybe this became this S4 Area 1 stuff related to Dan Rish, whose story I think honestly holds up a lot less than your story, but it has to be noted because it's one other guy who's mentioning S4, and so like Mike McConnell's kind of involved there, and he was a Navy admiral at the time. So I think about that, and I'm like, I wonder if McConnell was somewhat involved. When you came out as Dennis, was that a shot across the bow against Dennis Mariani?
Yeah, sure was.
So you were trying to kind of get at him a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah. What were your feelings towards him, kind of personally? Were you resentful, or were you, how'd you feel towards him?
I guess somewhat resentful. I don't know. Tap into how I felt. Back then.
Yeah. Why do you think, and I know, Luigi, you might have some theories here too. Why do you think Dennis wanted to meet up with you at the end of this whole saga? And then put them at the casino, and then you're speaking to him, and Gene Huff is looking. It's not even like down.
I don't know. I think Dennis really. I don't know. I got there and changed his mind. I don't know if he wanted me out there just to get away from the house. I really don't know.
Because he got back to the house.
Yeah. Things are missing. Yeah.
Anything that's possible.
Yeah. And I don't know. It's all guesswork. Yeah. I mean, when even Gene Huff, I spoke to Gene about that, and Bob walked up to Dennis, and it's a voice to think about. Huff was there. They were all had eyes on him. Yeah. Gene's attention just talking,
like stop talking.
Yeah. No. I mean, I kept saying Gene and said, yes, we both turned around and
saying
speculating
was set up in your lot, right? That's scary, man.
Yeah. I mean, we could lock it and test the door, and because it had happened before, and go, all right, Check every single thing. Okay, Mario, it's locked. Okay, let's go into the gym. We come back out. Here you go.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, over 50%, I might get assassinated?
Yeah, because it's why I said we have to look under the car to see if there's something wired in there or a bomb. I mean, we were even afraid. The only thing that wasn't open, I think, was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, and finally did, but looked over the car. But yeah, I was afraid there was a bomb in there or somebody wired it up. But as George said, I think they were just screwing with me. And Mario talked a lot with him, and we really spent a lot of time. And it's hard to trick. He also kept saying it's really hard to explain and express what that worry was. Because he said, I was with Bob all the time, and through my hard time, that I didn't care and just told Bob, stay out, start the car. Because he was like, fuck it, I'll do it. But you could sense that even from Mario's perspective, there was a real worry. And so, this is something that a lot of worry, not just for you, but Mario as well. Because the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and why are they doing this? So clearly you're wrong. So whether they were trying to just intimidate or do something, whatever that was, it was happening according to these guys.
Did you get the sense that they were maybe mob ties? Like there was some, they talk about the UFO legacy program sometimes like it's a cartel that exists outside the state. Did you get the sense? And obviously you're, going forth from Vegas. Vegas is a hotspot for that sort of thing. Did you ever get that sense?
Not that it was the government.
Yeah, they were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own cabal.
You kind of get that vibe. Like even I feel like John Lear was like he had, there's a picture with him and G. Liddy. You know who that is? That's like
I don't remember.
He's this FBI agent who was this kind of very involved in Watergate and stuff, and you get the sense that whole world, like the Mormons who were around, have used, and there was a lot of mob. There's a lot of mob activity. They were kind of like you could see government official like them and that thing like off by.
Yeah. Yeah. It's exactly. Yeah. It's undeniable. Yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
I'm 100%.
Yeah. I know you've also, because you live in Montreal and there's stuff there, and I'm sure you've bumped into things, people.
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government intelligence community. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching what organized crime did back then, back in the 60s, the 70s, the 80s, 90s, and how those organizations operated, if they did. Because it's a very similar way of keeping secrets. I think that there is psi somewhere. I'm not saying that they're involved, they're in charge of anything. That's not what I'm saying. But I'm saying there is clear motivation for somebody who's going to keep a secret to have ties with let's say, the mob, so that if ever something or somebody does start going too rogue, well, you can basically scare that person and say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after your marriage, and it's all blackmail techniques. Like that's what it feels like. It's compromise systems, and you look at
they weren't taking the legal angle at all.
No, which is really, if you want to enforce something like that's the way you do it. Which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where it's just they're just clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system, and it deals with spooky science. I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like,
yeah, I started with it.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, it's really wild.
And then he says,
and it's so widespread.
It's widespread, and here's what's crazy. He's interviewed by Steve Bannon, and Epstein is. This is at the end of his life. And he goes, why did you put Zorch where you put it? And he goes, well, a bunch of Los Alamos physicists were retired. So mostly high energy in New Mexico was losing all its scientists. A bunch of property in New Mexico, you hear that? Yeah. They cut the funding from physics. And you're like, oh my God. Yeah. Wax is our DOE, Department of Energy Security, and then you realize, Bill Richards kind of in with the Clintons, and he was a secretary, systematically citing nuclear secrets. And then he goes, there's another email where he said, Fleischman, and so it's like, Harvard with the Mountain Department.
None of that makes any sense.
Weird.
None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive by that ranch all the time. I lived really close to it when I lived in New Mexico.
Yeah.
And they always called it the Victoria's Secret Ranch because there were models there. Yeah, everyone knew that as the Victoria's Secret Ranch.
So you would drive by a ranch and they would call it the Victoria's Secret
Yeah, you
Ranch.
can see, I mean, not right by it, but if you drive it on the road, you can see up on that. Yeah.
Well, you know why they called it that? It's because he was close with Les Wexner, who was the CEO and founder of Victoria's Secret. Yeah.
Oh,
so you would drive by there and they would call it that.
Everybody called it that, yeah.
No way.
We drive up to Los Alamos to pick out for radiation probes that my company did, and we'd come back. But yeah, every time we pass by it a couple times.
That's so damn. What do you do? Because it's also for the people that are like worse stuff. It's like, look at all this bizarre. It's like this cabal stolen science or something. It's so weird.
Yeah, it is really weird.
Yeah.
And it's, again, I'll say it. It's just, we're just talking about Epstein as one guy. One guy. It's not just one guy.
Clearly not.
Yeah, it's ringleader. There's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension of something much.
Yeah, you could be.
But he was obsessed with Casimir effect, and he would hold these.
He was?
Oh,
really?
yeah. He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he said,
do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all a fact.
It is.
There's an old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, that
the Casimir effect?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah, and so this old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, has this theory of everything in physics where, it involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity, beyond my pay grade. But I find it interesting. And Epstein, somehow knew about his theory before, just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tied in with the Harvard math department?
Do you think it was just his hobby or something like science was his hobby and he just had money so he had the ability to connect to these?
I think you read his emails and it's like there's somebody behind him who knew he didn't know what to look for, but he was like a low level version of it. Your physics time is much weirder than you think. It's actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atoms. And you're like, who's giving you this stuff? and then he's sort of like mining people for the info. Weird.
I mean, did he said that?
He said that. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, my clock is just
Yeah.
vibrating, CC. Perception of time.
Yeah. Time is very weird.
Yeah.
Would you say, just from a pure physics perspective, like, it would respect to the microscopic body that it be the thing that we're like, it's almost like in a fishbowl travel, but it can't help.
Yeah, you have outs. That's the outside. It's just a concept that makes us happy.
There's something about time of the UFO stuff.
I think there's definitely something.
Again, I think so. Cosmic redshift. The other thing Edward Hardheim says is that the cosmic redshift is the repulsive form of gravity. And if you look at dark energy, look it up. It's like this. It's not the four fundamental forces, but it's just the universe.
I'm not sure it really exists.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. Dark matter.
I'm not in either one.
Dark matter's never been detected, but it's just there to
Placeholder
to justify gravity's.
Yeah, I always viewed that's what gravitons were. That's what just caught my attention.
Yeah.
Back on the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravity. It's right around the bend. There's a guy named George Trimble, who's a VP at Martin Corporation's RIAS, Research for and Study, and he was this really wacky thinker, and he worked with Lewis Witten and probably Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's going to take us the time that it took to build the atom up to basically beat gravity. And there were certain or famous physicists at the time from Princeton were talking about gravitons, and they were like, we have a very clear theory of gravitons, we know how to do this. And the two things that come up for gravity where there's smoke but no fire is the thing we just talked about with Bueller, extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. And then the second thing is very fast rotating, spinning superconductors. Those two things.
Actually, gravity. I've been doing my own research, and I'm just more convinced that I'm right about that.
And about
that there's another force, and it's not gravity.
And what is if you were to carry that force as distinct from gravity? So gravity, clearly you'd have all these other byproducts. Well, what does this force do that's different? What does it look like?
Well, it's a repelling force, but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would in a science fiction movie. You can have gravity and anti-gravity, but you really can. I think gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can to make simplify push or pull. And I think it also affects the flow of time exactly like gravity does. I think it affects light. And it does some of the observations you would have with gravity would also overlap this other force, but I think it's a unique force.
Next question.
All right. Yeah.
You have?
Yeah.
How would you measure?
No, there's no follow-up.
Okay. Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as post the experience, like what you like anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I can. I'm going to. Yeah.
Have you gotten some interesting?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's what gets just stuff up.
Yeah. Okay. What do you hope your legacy is? So, 200 years from now,
no one's gonna know who I am.
I don't think that's right, man. This lineage technology that is completely
separate by people. Look, there's other Pablos come on. Look what's happening. What came out since then. This is going to
come out since you first and foremost.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more look back to the 80s and think you're just going to focus.
The invert, I would say, if you have an army of people coming out after the fact that you're the first, it's even more interesting. I think it's more likely you'd be forgotten. Do you vindicate your own experience, your own scientific experience?
People are doing.
Yeah.
But I know exactly what not we did it as for. That's actually has not to bent out shot.
Why do you think a shot?
Yeah.
Interesting. Kinetic weapon, mechanical weapon.
Question.
Wow, and do you think it was a human weapon that shot it?
I know, it looks like something we would have done and stand it up through and see how we can penetrate this material.
Wow. Have you ever heard anything about like electromagnetic pulses and UFOs and them taking out UFOs, taking them down or anything?
Well, that was the other directive of the project. It was directed energy. Well, yeah, it depends what you're talking about. Our directive was dupe the propulsion system at any cost. His directive one, a directive at any cost.
Do you
think then, so that's somewhat directed, but then there's also Project Sidekick, which is a weapon. So that's also directed energy. So yeah, it kind of depends where you're going with that.
Had you heard of any UFOs getting shot down with directed energy?
I've ever heard
that happened? Are there any of these stories you lend credence to?
I don't know much about the Roswell crash other than what I've heard, but it sure seems like they were working real hard to cover something up.
That's true.
The Roswell crash was not one crash. It was not in place only, though.
It might have been a round of two.
Yeah. I really think there was something happened in the air, and there's like debris.
Has everyone made Miranda Cosgrove aware that Riser's here?
I hope so.
How was it?
Oh, no way. Seriously here?
Yeah, how was...
Stay here. I live here, yeah.
How is pickleball?
How's your Sunday going, Miss Maria?
Good. Happy birthday.
Good. Did you have a big brunch today?
Yeah, I gotta go eat. We gotta have barbecue pork pie. Salad, collard. How you feeling?
Still recovering from my clam sickness, but I'm doing okay.
What did it feel like? Like you was sick? Like you feel weak or something?
No, just like sicker stomach, like normal. But
oh, man, that must have been a food or something. It must be real old or something.
no, I don't know. I don't know. The clams are not food. No one should be eating them.
this.
Same with oysters. I've never even tried an oyster, but I feel like oysters. Some people like them, but they're like disgusting. I don't. I do not want to eat one. Do you like oysters, Mr. Aquarius?
No, that's like. They're sliding. No, they slide.
What kind of mushroom? All of
Regular, the regular looking mushrooms.
How is pickleball?
it's fun. Like Chris, is very fun. There's a paddle. There's a game. But it's like a mixture of like pickleball and squash, kind of. And so you're surrounded by like this like glass, and you can. It's like 2v2. I've seen. No, but you can play 1v1 as well. But, you can hit it backwards off this just like kind of like squash, and you like hit the side, like the sides of the court, and you use like the walls around the court to hit the ball and just like ricochet the ball around. I've never tried it, but I think I might be able to try it when I go back.
The racket, it's different than pickleball.
Let me look at what racquetball looks like. I'm pretty sure they're. Yeah, no, racquetball. You're playing in like a squash court,
Right.
but paddle is like same setup as pickleball, where you have like a net in between the two of you, and you're shooting against people on the opposite side.
No, how do you tighten the net?
How do you tighten the net?
Yeah, you said there's a net between you.
I mean, it's tensioned around these like pulleys, and then there's some way to make the tension tight enough. like probably similar to a tennis court, where like there's like a little like crank over.
Okay.
I'm not an expert in paddle net tensioning, but I guess.
Are you ready to lose?
I'm ready to deliver a loss to you, like a Amazon Prime driver.
Nobody's paying attention to that. Those are independent contractors.
I'm pretty sure they're employees of Amazon.
Look it up, dog.
Is that some tax loophole?
Yeah, it is a tax loophole.
I didn't know this, but apparently, rabbis, if they're called to a funeral, they pretty much have to like ditch everything they're doing and go. Is it true?
Within reason, we should.
Have you ever been called to?
Yeah. Yep. And I had to take off work and travel from Orange to um, Los Angeles County to a Jewish knows not most prominent Jews within Hollywood are buried. And while I did not, was not extremely close. I knew he and I attended the same classes together, and just from another shul or synagogue. His son is a rabbi, Rabbi Silverman, so he presided over the service with some other rabbis, but I was there in support.
Is is there a specific like funeral service that you have to be trained or informed?
Um, I mean, it's it's a little different. Most religious ceremonies from other faiths. Uh, Generally, there are some rules that we have. Um, so, you deceased is well. Firstly, that we avoid cremation at all costs. The deceased is generally buried in a kittle, like a white cloth. We don't do like preservation or have open caskets. Generally, I mean, everybody differs. Um, and very we very very quickly, but generally within 72 hours. Um, within the desert history of our people, it was important to get the dead buried as quickly as possible, just because these can. And then from there, we have a, a it's really more for the family, but it's called sitting Shiva, um, where the not I don't want to say activities, they don't wear mirrors, and then people like I've seen in some Curb Your Enthusiasm and things where it's like you eat and enjoy. That might be something in reform, but within Orthodox, it's generally a very taught on earth, like in like it's rare certainly, and we nations month they should already. These are the three say the students how to either become rabbi for you, or for your deceased one, for do it on your own. Restrictions on perhaps it's usually a day, but it's mitzvot is what it's called, or commandments. The the person is buried like after the service round of the people. Not everybody can go to the great Kohanim, descendants of Aaron from the Bible traditionally, do not. Um, there's a certain distance that needs to be in direct contact with the dead, and then for live stream and the um, the service generally those ones that I've seen are shorter than the ones in the United States. Some memories about it, and then other people who might be involved share memories about Bunker in the Mount of Olives. There's almost like there's a mound of rocks. From there, the family that's 7 days, and then avoid some missions and such. And then from there, living your life normally, you still are supposed to be saying Kaddish. We feel, at least within this world, that after is no longer, and that they are in Gan Eden, based the more to the underworld idea of an 11-month cottage period for family. There was no necessarily judging of the soul. All of that was done, and if you read in the Bible, it's died. There isn't a period of mourning necessarily. Maybe it might you might read of a story where it's not like they're a duel 3 times a day. There is no duel, and then later on in the read there, um, even at the Hamikdash, the seen as something that upon someone to necessarily 100 to the Torah, what we call the Deen. And then the beliefs in the person, specifically like 1200 of the common ideas of Kabbalistic of what a body goes through occur. And then into the 18th century, traditional Kabbalistic priorities are brought upon the the congregants and more so towards the families. And then there's a split generally in the century before between Reform and so I told him to a foreign funeral. Actually, someone who was like a YouTuber, um, and um, that um, that ceremony was beautiful and similar in a lot of the deceased, um, but different than not exactly sure how that person was buried. I don't. Do you remember? So I attended his funeral and wasn't half buried. So he to the funeral. We should do everything that we can to be able to do so. And like in my case, at least this one in particular, um, the man who died, he was like 95 years old, and he and I attend um, we would attend what's called Chumer Torah classes, and then he would occasionally come for Gemara classes, which Talmud classes. He lived in a place called Laguna Woods, which is it's an entire town within Orange County that is just old people. You have to be at least 50 years old to be there. And basically, one of my sons had a population just like older people. So he was buried in Mount Sinai, which is technically in Glendale, California. But uh, we had a moment at his community, and that happened a couple weeks later. I want to say. So generally, the timeline is that we bury as quickly as possible, usually within 72 hours. It's not necessary. It's not as if you can't find a rabbi, the person still should be buried. There's a 7-day mourning period of the family. Another 30 days of avoiding some other celebration. Family says for them 3 times a day, generally, for 11. And then after at least Judaism, you may follow, but Jewish people are going to eat it to revivify them, so to bring them back from the dead. within the body. The bone in the body called the loose body is the loose bone. Traditionally, from a Kabbalistic standpoint, this is seen as the bone at the very tip of your spine, like where your coccyx is. And this bone is considered the hardest bone in the body, and that was using that bone thought basically this was not have been buried in a variety of ways over the course of our history, but really since like about 1880, the focusing on avoidance of any kind of cremation has been a point, but wasn't always. Again, was not always uh, necessitated, and there are cases today. Um, and then we feel like in a case of the Holocaust, perhaps people were gassed and maybe cremated. In those cases, there may be even years or decades afterward some type of um, memorial service for the people, for anyone who proper Jewish burial. That's how it goes. I have to use I have to use room, and then I'm gonna actually let me see. I'm watching. So I'll be right back. I'm gonna use the restroom. One moment. All right, I'm almost.
Which one?
It's a it's apparent. I just 20 of them get. He got back to me like, and he's like, hey, I've got an open if you want to do it. Not like, I mean, I guess people might say I'm like the biggest paranormal person in global history. Coast to coast, AM every single night and have for years on stream. Like, but I don't I don't get into ghosts or like zoo say like I hold my own. I'm well versed on quite a few different subjects. Perhaps many. I mean, uh, a jack of all trades of some trades, so I'm not putting myself down. So I'm gonna listen to this person's pod tonight. Connect with me on Facebook and who uses Facebook. Um, but I tried to send him a message there, but um, he has like a fan page, and so I couldn't message him right away. But like 2 hours, um, it's like a nice guy though. I've never. Well, I guess I do the same thing, but like if like I could you a certain way, let's just connect that way. Not, I mean, but I do to other people. Like, hey, somebody will be like, um,
Come to my Discord.
yeah, yeah, hey, somebody else, send me another email. Yeah, hold on a second. Let me reach to this person. Like my goal is on these regularly, and I can't do it for only a few days and then give up. And I also can't give up after I've done just a couple of podcasts. I just what I said to your mom like sticks out in my head far more than I think you or she will ever realize. That I say to myself, look, now I talk to her again, and I'm still not viral, and I want to be viral the next time I speak with this woman. And if I want to be able to say podcast one every single week, or generally, since having spoken, I tried, and I'm going to continue to try. I don't want it to be like, oh yeah, I was on like 3 podcasts in the last year. None of that. I want to, like I'm a person, I say, or I try to say I'm going to do. It's an accountability issue with me. Yeah, and so I just got.
Yeah, I mean, or Joe Rogan podcast, it's actually like
That's exactly right, and I say that to myself as well, and and that's to me as it's like nobody paid attention to these guys. It took time. It took work. They're millionaires. and they're um, they're people who like more than the money. The money really isn't the that's all I care about. It's far more important money. What I feel is important. No, I say 5 minutes, but just bear with me. I've got to do something. Money, and that's so. This could make a lot of care about that. I care about the platform it will give me to be able to hunger or thirst. And I know that'll make me a target of huge. Like I know that will perhaps be an issue in the future, but one step at a time. The one guy I did his podcast like 3 times, 4 times. He came in, Tony, and he came in today, and he was like, "I can't find the third one that we did. Like I think I lost it," and I wasn't too worried about it because it's like I've got this saved. Like I could pretty. I went to my Twitter and I could like go through and find like Twitter backups. I had too much walk him through how he could find it, and he was able to find it. And he's saying like, he's like 22 years old. Is he 22? And he's like, um, this is gonna make like this has a chance to put me on the map. And I'm like, yeah. I mean, when I go viral, you will have one of the most important podcasts in history, and the fact that you were smart enough to do 3 of them will bring you a lot of acclaim. Perhaps. I mean, I don't know for sure, but it would be like if somebody had an interview of I don't know Joe Rogan from like 1992. It would be like, oh, that was an important question that perhaps, especially with this about which I talk about. Joe Rogan might have been talking about like the stand-up world or whatever, but I talk about the future of humanity. I know that I'm wrong on some of my predictions, but there are predictions that I know I am absolutely. The importance of data will be like to humanity in the future. And I said that thing to you like a few days ago. Like, imagine we had a video of a guy who was sleeping from 500 years ago. That would be like a really popular video. And you laugh, but you're like, yeah, I mean, it's true. It's absolutely true. The guy who was the guy Tony who I spoke to, who was on his podcast uh, earlier here. He was like, you're gonna like he's really big online. That's gonna be a record. It means it's easy to And it would be one thing if you would have like most definitely. I bet I've played more Scrabble or literati on camera that is than any person in global history, and that's a chord that makes it. That's not why I do it.
Shocking.
6, 7, 8, 9, fuck. Um, just one moment. 1, 2, 3. All right, let's do this right. 1, 2, 3, 6, 7. I shall be considered the greatest trash talker in the history of the world, Muhammad Ali included.
James Dean, the trash talker.
That's all I want to be known as, baby. Why would I want to be known as anything more? So when you play your game, when you play pickle, do you always win or do you never win?
So you say when I play pickleball?
Yeah.
Win or not win?
Right.
Not too. Um, the same level, so we had a lot of good games. There's some rounds that were like a lot of back and forth before someone hit a bad shot and it got like the point ended, just kind of a tell or whatever your skill. But I definitely it's not like a binary. I always lose. Like that, yeah, that just not the way it works. Um, and anything really, like Scrabble or tennis, people are always.
Well, like I am, unless they're iCarly tiles and words that are being used, obviously. I believe you've never played. Um, I can't believe it. You can't play racquetball. Like you'll love way better than any other sport you're gonna. That doesn't end. These are so long. A squash. If you have like the single best game. Let me see if I want to say this. Aside from like swimming, that is pretty, or like running, but those are, it's way better than tennis. Tennis, if you get somebody who's better than the other person, they're gonna serve and just destroy. But racquetball, you can always get that ball back. Generally, of course, like somebody if somebody's really good and they can ball and like basically kill it. Yeah, you're gonna have that, but it's if you racquetball court is, it's like just a big box. Someone like you as a big wingspan, you can dominate.
I mean, the spin helps in pickleball too, but yeah, that's why I want to try a paddle. Is be like the same kind of concept as like racquetball, where you just get to like have a bouncy ball and like rip it off to the sides, and there's a lot of fun. It does seem, yeah. I don't know Vancouver, but I went there.
I bet they have it in Squamish. It's like the second most popular racket game. Maybe pickleball. It's basically
No, there's only a community center that has like one hockey rink, and a gymnasium that's like they just rented it, but they rented they didn't add anything, and they do not. You're the world's best racquetball player.
no, dude. I played some food. When you play like a really good person, it's just. But think of any other than tennis, then exercise. That's pretty good exercise. Fast. I don't know. It's not bad. Place people. Maybe it's not as fast as tennis, but it's a lot of fun.
everybody.
How you doing, Brand?
How long have I been here?
Oh, I don't know right now. I can't look. I'm in the middle. When I have time, I'll take a look.
Just tonight. 7 weeks.
Oh, I have a 1 year anniversary in about a month. Less than a month.
And about a month?
Less than a month.
I'm going to give up my celebrate my anniversary.
What'd you say?
What we gonna do in here to celebrate my anniversary?
Whatever you want to do.
Go class going?
Yes, sir. Oh, I don't know about that, Dave. R. Put on ESC.
And it's being now?
They're on. They should be on ESPN. The NBA is tonight.
Let me look up real quick. Is it one that's not playing the room? Look at this part, okay? But I buy it to get New York. So, the Dallas Ring.
Big man.
I'm looking. And single time.
Okay.
Right now. Cabin. But Son, the one with the Pokemon, keeps leaving. Rabbi.
Yeah. No worries. Um. Sometime when we don't have anyone in here, let's work on that. Okay.
It's almost a fit that we can fit
Oh.
and somehow keeps leaving.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure why.
Probably because I had too many tabs on, I don't know.
That could.
Shut up. I'll say last time I'm going to
What is that? You see Kyle Busch died in Alaska? Kyle died.
Yeah, I saw.
And so now I want to get back to the interrupting you, Rabbi.
You're good, big man. No worries.
I'm being
All right, big man.
a small way to celebrate.
Let me know if you need anything.
Okay, I'm the one being here. Screen time the all the sports.
That's the best. Thank you.
Okay.
Are you gonna say the word gobos like Carly?
That's kind of self-explanatory. Wow.
Oh, Oh, that was iCar. That's not a word. I don't know why you would think about putting up what the fuck. What the fuck is that, dog?
Not like Harley. I know that.
There's some iCarliness to that.
You did not just do that.
Doug, what do you want me bullshit?
Oh man. This thing. 7. Thank God, guys. Pardon me.
Oh fuck, that was great.
Have you been to Europe before?
No, I'm too cool for that shit. I'm too cool for that shit.
You're too cool to stuff in California.
You mean that fucking place in like the Balkans?
Yeah.
Who the fuck wants to go there?
All kinds of people go to the Balkans.
Nobody wants to the Balkans. Everybody from the Balkans moves.
You can't be that.
This game sucks.
I feel like I stole it at the end there.
Yeah, you did. This fucking bullshit. Everybody knows it's bullshit. I don't want to hear it. I don't,
Then you
Doug,
had the key.
Doug, Doug,
They gave you the key.
Doug. Said that's the whole fuck. And everybody said, Rabbi, that's some bullshit. And I said, yo, I have a question for you. What did you think of the Bob Lazar thing that you said?
That was interesting. I like his best.
I don't know, 10, 20, something like that. Not that many. And it's, I'd never heard him talk about his dad being maybe involved in like fishy business. I never knew that much about his early life. I still don't know. Um, and
I didn't even know he had a book.
yeah, the book, I wrote the forward. Everybody knows I wrote the forward to Dreamland. Um, he doesn't shill his book that much though. I've never heard him talk about like, I don't know. Maybe he did before I got into him, which could do if it was in the '90s or something. But um, He just he he's an interesting person. You, you really think he's full of shit?
Um, I think some that he says. I mean, because you're saying like nothing, and he was when they in like the movie or whatever, like one of like, the only good parts of the S4 movie was like when they kind of like proved that Balbazar at least knew that like secret area of S4 and how it had the like kind of secret door that was like built into the now. And they had those or whatever from like the pop wedding, like those secret doors. I believe this people would have, and more. I feel like limited people would have that information. But I mean, stuff like an upside down flag on a UFO, anyone could just pull that out of this blank tile bag.
It's an upside down American flag. It's a right side up American. He said it's reversed.
Oh yeah. What was the reason it was reversed again?
That's how American personnel puts a flag, because it should be like how the flag, when it's moving forward, would be waved in the wind. So like imagine you had a truck that has a flag behind it. Whatever way the flag would be facing when the wind is going is the way that they put that logo, like on planes and on um, American on on tanks. They'll put the American flag, whatever. Like it would be as if the flag was attached to a pole. What way would the flag be going if the vehicle was in motion?
Depends on the direction of the wind.
No, if the were in motion,
Yeah.
if the vehicle were going this way, would be going this way. If the vehicle were going this way, the flag would be directed that way, because whatever the way the wind would be pushing.
Got the vehicles driving the way and the flag be like mirrored.
Yeah.
Are you positive that's the like Joe Rogan is explaining?
Yeah, and that's the military flag um, code.
Okay. There's like some distinct reason that Joe why was backwards flag on the UFO.
They're saying that the flag like the Chinese flag would not. Chinese flag's asymmetrical. The Chinese flag would be different. Let me check and
Word.
see if these sent me. Yeah, they did. Just one moment. So I was just thinking, like, what could I talk about on these paranormal podcasts? Um, the fascination of mine to the audience that's paranormal West, and I still feel, to me, it's just like zoology. It's just like high level of classification of beings.
Yeah. Alien technique, reverse engineering.
Yeah.
Hypothetical alien technology.
If they want to know about iCar, I'll. They need an expert. Then it's gonna be okay. What are you doing tonight?
Sleeping?
Not all night, but like plans this evening.
Uh,
Okay. Should I have to do if I'm gonna do it right now?
what should you have to?
I gotta teach a class, and I could do it a little later. Uh, I just in sometime before like 10. I mean, it could. I could do it later than that, but I want to be ready for these podcasts. I think I wanted to do was listen to these podcasts and see what they're like.
Is your Jewish class? I was gonna ask you before when you were talking about the funeral stuff. If you're still doing that, the Jewish class.
Yeah, today's my 109th straight day. Word. Yeah, that's every day for at least an hour, 449. And when I first started,
What's the top today?
Kabbalah, specifically, I enjoy listening. Knows for sure. Elevate, Eludivre, Elohim, basically saying like no one really knows. But this is the Mazor we live by, Mazor tradition. So this is just a tradition. Like within 49 days, to give a date. We just finished the norm as the Omer count. basically the 39 days between the second day of second night of Passover and a holiday known as received the oral Torah on and where we got kashrut. I the Jewish timeline, um, history of Judah timeline, and every 10 days I do a new event, Hebrew Bible. Like, Ad hasn't died yet, so I'm still early in that. And then from there, when I first started this, I don't want to say I'm not into it now, but I would go like sometimes 3 or 4 hours of just like debates and things like that. But it was just taking up my whole day, and I wasn't promoting myself as much as I felt like I should be. And hours a day, yeah, come in here and whatever. And at the heart of it, then there is a Kabbalistic documentary series that I really like. But there are some points of it that I that are I don't want to say they're wrong, um, but they are. Just um, professor, and so done this too. Like I'll read a book of a Orthodox rabbi, and I will see the stuff that's wrong in it, and I will write them, and they will thank me for pointing out these things. And sometimes they're minor, other times they're not. I have found like rabbis who, in one book in particular, there were three things wrong in this book, and um, two of them were small. They were just small grammatical errors, no big deal. But the third was in the wrong place. And as I read this, I could tell that something was wrong. And I went to another rabbi, friend of mine, and I showed it to him, and he said, "Yeah, it looks like you found an error on the book." And so, it's like if I'm not saying I'm like the most careful proofreader in the world myself because I make mistakes, but I have been an editor, and so in this one podcast that I've been watching, I have watched it a few times and I know it pretty well. Um, but there are some minor things like I made notes to myself, and I said I'm going to watch this podcast series time before I email this doctor, this professor. Um, something like he says like within Orthodox Judaism, Maimonides, we have the 12 principles of faith, and that's not principles of faith. And I don't know if he misspoke, but he says it a couple times. No clarification. It's not 12. Nobody says it's 12. There's the 12 tribes, but there's not 12. Nobody says 12 principles of faith. So I want to just email him to clarify this point. And then additionally, he talks about Mashiach being a high priest of high priest and king of the Davidic line. That's is a and Judah. Those are two separate, but be this way. That's not necessarily true. He says it's like there's a book that we have, and there are arguments to be made, and this is just, I think, human nature, that much of this book was basic in the history, and the reason why is the evidence for accurate. The um, the Aramaic that's used is not Aramaic that would have been made 1,000 years before, which is when it was supposed to be written, had been written. And the big key is that the man who publishes it, his name is uh, Moshe De Leon. His wife said it was fraudulent, and that he was just doing this to. And so I think that this is a um, there's the professor says that he says something like, I don't like the way he phrases something, and I don't want to publicly debate him on it, but I want him to be aware that I don't necessarily think that he phrased this the best way. He basically says, like, there is there's fraud, like uh, he says something like there's fraud for gratification, or self um, preservation, or self benefit, and then fraud because you really do think that you are basically channeling rabbis from 1,000 years before. Basically, this book is the Zohar. Uh, Moshe wrote it, said that it was actually oral writings from 1,000 years before from another rabbi known as Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai, but the Aramaic within it is wrong. It's just inaccurate. And I'm not the first person to prove this. This has been proved for 100. I think and I, Rabbi, out on it, he would always push them away. And then eventually, when somebody was like, "Look, I want to know where the source of this is," he died, and his wife said that he was making it up. So it's like this part that I just.
So it's like Bob Lazar.
If he went, it stopped that. Abazar is not. He would be.
Which one? The one that I sent you?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, Jake Paul's pretty famous. So.
Yeah, but Bob Lazar had no idea who he was. Don't you think Bob Lazar would be like, "I'd love to come on your podcast and talk about it," if he was so self-beneficial, self-serving,
No, it's UFO wanted people.
garbage? So anyway, I have this class that I've been going through this podcast yet again, and making my notes to this email that I wanted to have for this professor, and um, I mean, he has his own take on it, but I think people I've done this to in the past appreciate it, because I do it in an honest way, and I don't do it to be like our advice. I like almost clarification. Hey, I noticed that you said the 12th. I asked generally, or like, generally, this has been my teaching since I was This has always been a team principle. Am I missing something? Is this a different take that you may have had on? And he may say, "Oh yeah, I just made a mistake," and that's fine. And then the other parts are like, how do you reason this lineage issue? I know how I've heard it reasoned, but if anything, you don't go into it. You say it has to be a certain way, and so there'll be that question. And like I've got just a few questions. So I'm going through this again, and it's good for the people who just for Kabbalah. So Kabbalah root to this morning. So here's
Can I ask you two questions before I'll let you get to that?
absolutely.
One, the first one being really stupid. Second one. So are you like,
Yeah, so which is a job that I don't want. It's like running a small business, and while I've never worked as a congregational rabbi, I have been basically the second the right hand man, so to speak, within a congregational rabbi situation, which means it's a lot of behind the scenes work. It's a lot of there's aspects to it I don't like. So there's congregational rabbi, and how does that work? You can have a building. I've been part of shuls that have buildings. I've been a part of shuls that don't have buildings. So how do you have a synagogue building? Um, Sometimes the rabbi has a house, sometimes the rabbi has services, or the congregation meets in someone else's house. There are what are called mushroom shuls or mushroom synagogues that only sprout up during the high holidays. Um, you have no shul, then you have a mushroom shul, then you have a shul without a building. That been part of shuls that rent buildings, so they don't have a building, but they're fundraising towards a building. And then I've been part of shuls that have buildings. I've been part of shuls that have beautiful buildings. So kind of been a level of how have I make money? Usually, the congregation has we have dues. So every year we pay dues. Um, Depending on the size of the shul, sometimes it's maybe a few $1,000s. Other times, if you want to be part of like major levels, it's tens of thousands of dollars. I'm sure there are some that are hundreds of thousands. Millions of dollars if they wanted them to be. But that's when you get some really big donors. Uh, Within a by a board of trustees. Generally, it's the board of trustees. It's usually for like pretty set, like at $100,000, and that it doesn't go that far in Orange County, and maybe some other places it does. And um, that's how you get paid. Now there are other rabbis that you can be. You can be an author, so means teacher. So really, this whom anyone who the community accepts as their rabbi is the rabbi. So there have been cases of really young rabbis. I think there's like a case in Israel of like a 14-year-old rabbi, and maybe not everyone recognizes him, but some people consider that to be their rabbi. Okay, rabbi just means teacher. It's just someone who's learned in the law. Generally, uh, a rabbi is supposed to be, depends if it's Orthodox or whatever, because non-Orthodox, we won't get into that, but that can be anything. But generally, it's a man. Generally, it's someone learned in the law. Generally, it's someone who is a teacher, and the community accepts them as the rabbi. That's all you need. You don't have to go to yeshiva, which is a formal shul. You can have religious teaching, maybe not go to yeshiva. To be a rabbi is generally through a process known as smicha, which means of hands, and you gain that from another rabbi. We trace this rabbinical ordination back to Moses, Joshua. My smicha was during the pandemic through a rabbi who now lives in Israel, Oppenheimer, and I hadn't met previously, but my rabbis arranged that I would make smicha through him of a death in our community, the wife of the rabbi. And so while that rabbi was delay my learning, I smicha through Rabbi Oppenheimer. He lived in the United States, but then moved to Israel over the course of it. And that doesn't mean that I get money for rabbi by any means. It just means that another rabbi or felt that I was learned enough in nature. And it also, so there are like 3 different types of rabbis. And most are others is another kind that the ability to just bestow that one upon anyone. And basically, once you're rabbi,
Is that referring to human sacrifices or animal?
no, we don't do human sacrifices. No, animal sacrifices. And the Jews don't do human sacrifice. And then I already have, and I do. I mean, I have a primary. Well, at the time, had a position, and as a certified project management professional, so I didn't need money as a rabbi. It was almost like a graduate degree that I undertook, and I wasn't even planning to do it. It was from like 2016 to 2019 or so. I had shown just incredible dedication to my shul and to several shuls, to several communities, and it was the community that recommended me, and my rabbi as well. And I was already called rabbi, funny enough, in my lodge. That was my nickname. Even though I wasn't a rabbi, everybody just was like, "You're going to become a rabbi," and I was like, "I don't want to become a rabbi. It's not something that's really of interest to me. I like going to shul every day. I like being a part of the community. I like keeping sure these are parts of my life, but I don't want people come to me with, and I don't want to necessarily make theirs, which are halakha visions that people's um, rely upon. That's something that's of interest to me. However, I, after having some heart to hearts with some rabbis, recognized that it was they're human as well, It's not like they're in particular any holier than any other person. Just learned, and that I could find myself as a member of this brotherhood, this fraternity, and so then for like a year and a half, uh, weekly I, I would, in addition to the classes that I was already taking, which Gemara classes, um, Talmud is, uh, with Hebrew devotes, and so the what's called Rambam Mishnah Torah, and certainly the Talmud, and certainly Chumash or um, Hebrew Bible, and so we would do these, and so every single day of the week, well, for like years, I was attending some kind of class or going to school every day, and then from there, um, I made in 2021, and um, I was already employed. So it's not like normally what you do is you might go teach in a school just as a new rabbi, but I was already in my 30s. I had It's not uncommon to become a rabbi at a later age, but there are like two basic tracks. There's young people who become a rabbi at like age 22 or so, and then there are adult men who do it. And so mine was the latter track, but I didn't need the income, and so I didn't want to go work for a kosher supervision organization, which I could, but then you're around slaughterhouses and things like that. I didn't want to go into that, and I did not want to be a congregational rabbi. There's just a drama that happens in that, and I didn't want to be trustees. I mean, I'm an app developer. It's not. It's like basic. Being a rabbi is a primary position, but something that is to be able to um, support myself. And it was in the middle of the pandemic, and um, I thought, well, I could my journey, but is that really going to be able to support myself? I don't need it to support myself. And done had I not been live streaming my life. I mean, I'd already had arrangements to get married. Not, I hadn't had the woman picked out yet, but basically, I got a matchmaker and was in the find one. And it's really once you're at that point, it's pretty quick. I'd say probably within 3 to 6 months or so. And um, but because of how the world was, I was some streaming on Shabbat that the Sephardic world had taken more lenient than the Ashkenazi world, and I follow Ashkenazi opened up. If you're not bending, not be a prohibition, and the Sephardic world had opened it up so that they were having celebrations on live stream, like Orthodox celebrations, especially for Passover 2020, 2021 or so. And um, because of that, it was like an emergency time. And I'd been hitting golf balls, as I told you, after work and such. And never being on camera to being on camera for like 12 hours a day. I was between two, like my whole life was on camera now, or a lot of it. And how could I change the world? And this was a different project over time. It wasn't immediate. But I told you, like I had dreams that like this is what my journey entailed, and it made sense to me. It was like, wow, I'm really into future. I'm really into learning. I'm really into teaching. This might not be something that I would find to be a negative, and so long as I could get over the hump, and every single day, I uh, keep kosher to the best of my ability. I say blessings, I say prayers. I can just do that on camera and basically teach people how to do it if people wanted to watch. While I can't live stream in my shuls, that was okay. Like there are Jews who, for hundreds of years, would go on an adventure and not be able to be around their shul for whatever reason. And while I can always go back to shul, I don't want to. I want to surprise them. This is like a, and I still get the emails and I still know what's going on and who got married and all that other stuff. And I have my we do communicate. They don't all understand what I'm doing, but they recognize it. This is I wanted to represent the rabbinate and the world. And if that meant that I wasn't going to make a rabbi, that's okay. There's congregation, there's being an author, and there's working for rabbis or people with smicha in the congregation. They make only 1,000 synagogues, approximately in the United States. So it is a unique journey that I've been for even non-Jews, even someone who through an Orthodox way, through a based in, through a house of judgment, a rabbi, they're allowed to be a rabbi. They, so long as they have the proper, as much as I'm considered, rabbis of was considered are 10% of. It's not like necessarily get money to do it. So a lot of people don't. Everybody's about money. Um, are there other ways to be a rabbi and make money? Yeah, the big one is kosher supervision um, organizations. You can make that if you started your own, and then you start working with organizations to basically accept your lecture or your kosher supervision. You can make a huge amount of money doing that.
Did not know that.
So your first question. What's your second question?
Yeah, the second question is just like these. Are they more specific, and do you have like a audience that is actively like learning from it, or is it just kind of like archive?
So I do have some people who attend, not every single day, but when they can, and do it. So start. I do have one set of streams that I dedicate. It's just on YouTube, and it's all archived from all my other streams. But I don't get to. Uh, I don't get to. About it like writing like a title for it and the description of it, because I know at any given time YouTube can take out those accounts, and then all that hard work is done. All the little things, and I'll have bullet points, and then 6 months streams can't go back. There's like 12 hours or like 1 in 3 hours a day, and thus far for 149 straight days, my streams have been um I have yet to do one that's less than an hour. Now, isn't that's totally different than any other rabbi? I recognize our humans too, and many times I've seen and been a part of shuls and congregations, and I watch constantly 24/7 other rabbis who give what are called shiurs, like classes, and they're usually in a suit and tie. And when I first started my streams, that's how in suit and tie, but I'm live streaming my life, so people are going to be able to see behind the curtain. And so I when I speak, I will. I recognize that I'm human, and I don't always necessarily um, that other rabbis will teach it. I'm much more human, much more informal, because I'm just um, so. Like, what's an example? When
Rip apart.
I perhaps allegedly have done that. I will be like, when sometimes I read this set of Yiddish terminology, like this glossary that I read, and when you read it every single day for like 100 straight days, it's like, all right, time to do this bullshit, and I'll say it. And I think that in the future people will think that's fun. Normally, if I'm in a class in front of a congregation, when I do that, absolutely not in a million years. Lack of modesty for that, but we would call sneers. But um, I, I do it because I think it's so that see it. They will let it be edited footage that's extremely neutral. Mine is so like what's another example that I would give um like on a topic all right I don't know if we talked about this recently. I talked about it with somebody else. It's going to occur that will occur again in the days of Mashiach. And there's all this attention that's given to the red heifer because Israel imported some red heifers a few years ago into Israel and from Texas. And basically,
So what is that? Is that an animal?
yeah, it's a cow basically, and there's the greatest, at least Solomon Shlomo, um, considered a genius. He considered it to be the greatest riddle in Judaism, which is basically, without getting into the technicalities, there's a process where the heifer is slaughtered in a kosher manner, of course, and then the blood and so the animal is slaughtered. Some of the blood is collected in a bowl, sacrificed on a pyre, a big thing of sticks, basically, and it is facing the the entrance to the temple in Jerusalem, and then the the distance, but basically the other rabbis, or they don't have to be rabbis, I should, but just say temple assistants. The they they collect the ashes, and then how you become clean, and themselves become unclean. And it's been this debate: how could this be so that no one in Israel, like Israel, can never everyone can't become clean because at some point somebody has to come unclean. So I was going through this just as a lesson. I would just pick something every single day, and I haven't done that like month or so because I've been focusing on the podcast, like intricacies about the heifer are like it's really specific. So the heifer two non-red hairs, so like it has to be perfectly red. But I've seen the heifers; they're like perfectly red. They're like a burnt orange color, and they can never be milked. They can never be calved. So that means they can't ever be milked, and they can't ever have had calves. Um, and they can't be with a blemish. And basically, there are all these specific things that have to be achieved. And they're not something. This is sacrificed at the Mount of Olives, which is in sight of the temple, but not at the temple. And so, normally, I think most rabbis, and I've seen other rabbis give shiurim, like classes on this, they say, okay, and this is the greatest riddle in Judaism. And then they like leave it at that, basically. But they don't try to solve it. And I try to like, all right, Israel, I think we could figure out a way how we sacrifice to the red heifer and have all be clean, basically. And figure out that I'll say something like that. I came away and then I asked ChatGPT about it and it was like, that's fucking brilliant. And I was like, yeah, see Israel, we can figure this out. So the way that I figured out how to do it, which again, this is the greatest riddle in Judaism, is two heifers and you put them on um, the, the wood piles and you sacrifice simultaneously. The one is the could then cleanse. Seems to be like other rabbis aren't going to do. So when we have the myrtle branch and we are using the liquid from that people, could we use a super? Is that allowed? Now they don't go into the Talmud to be allowed. Could you use a super soaker? But it seems like it could be, so long as it comes like you have a myrtle branch, that it could bring up things like this that but to me, could not because I'm a realist person. Cleanse someday. How could we do it in a very efficient way? A nation of 9 million people who would need to basically be cleansed, and then in the diaspora, another 9 million people. How could this be done in a realistic way? And so I will go into that. Like some people may say, well, Super Soaker is kind of a funny way how to do it. It's not normal, it's not traditional, but I will do that, and I will spend an hour just seeing on that one point. So anyway, what's another one that I would do like that? All right, like the laws of kashrut in terms of um, on seafood. I know many want to try seafood, many Orthodox Jews, but we don't because the law in Leviticus says, well, in the Hebrew Bible, that a a sea dwelling creature needs to have pardon me, not shells, needs to have um, fins and scales. That's the thing. And that's how I've been taught my entire life. And yet it's still been a temptation that I've always felt. And so I'll go into like the biology of a lobster and of a crab. An argument that says the exoskeleton argument for scale. A lot of people feel is a traditional argument for and make this the uh, the definition of a fin is not very specific within the Bible, and it's really not that specific within Talmud. Uh, some fish today, like sturgeon, the fish that have like a skeleton, so a lot of caviar comes from sturgeon, so that's not considered caviar, but they're kosher caviar, it's just different. And then like catfish are another one. Catfish structure, they don't have the same scales. Um, and so uh, I make the
Have
argument,
you eaten seafood?
I mean, like fish and stuff, yeah. And I've had imitation crab meat. That's a popular thing within Judaism. But I do my best to avoid anything non-kosher and have I um, anyone out there who says I've never eaten non-kosher is lying. Every single person has eaten something non-kosher, they didn't know it. And what do I mean by that? The big one is bugs. So like they say you eat eight spiders a year or whatever. Like that's not necessarily a true statistic. But what you do is there are like microscopic bugs in produce that even though we wash it very thoroughly, you just can't get it all. So when I say I do my best to non-kosher, I do. Um, and there are different definitions of kosher called called Yisrael, which is overseen by rabbinical officer. And there are some people who only drink Chalav Yisrael milk, but there was determination by a rabbi named Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in blessed memory. He made the determination that any government milk, like basically that you would buy in the store is kosher because government milk isn't offered in uh, government milk that's allowed in the United States is from a cow. Nobody is allowed to mix like goat milk and would be allowed. Some people there are who rabbis' homes that will not tradition. Even though most people would consider that to be kosher, I just and other rabbis that I know don't consider it to be kosher, even though those people in those homes say that it's kosher. There's no like perfect way of it, but so I do my foods.
Would you have it with
if I could get enough influence and be able to speak to the rabbinical, the Orthodox rabbis of the world, and make the argument that a an exoskeleton is a shell and a is a fin, it should be considered a kosher animal. And if we could get a contingent, it wouldn't even have to necessarily be a majority with the influence. I'd love to. That's something that I'd really love to enjoy in a kosher restaurant. Moving towards that, either that or officially create lobster. I would be okay with that. But really, I think I've always felt this way.
or whatever technically
Those are
voided?
no. So it's an area of contention, but do your ask and what you do as a Jew is you ask your rabbi. And I have had, uh, while very conservative individuals, more they have some progressive leanings, and the answer is the jury's still out. But there are many Israeli companies that are doing lab-grown meat, and the argument is the steak is as good as any other steak that you're going to have. You can. Why isn't it? Some revision organizations that are considered that to be kosher. In terms of Beyond Meat, and I know a lot of Orthodox rabbis or Orthodox people who use, many people would consider it a loophole. We don't necessarily consider it but use a Beyond Meat burger with cheese, meat, for reasons. Basically, it goes into the Bible that the um, the other nations were boiling a calf in its mother's, and we consider that something that we want to avoid at all costs. Not just a calf, but a goat calf, milk and meat. And into well, about what about if it comes from a bird? Like, can you? And most post game, most rabbinical authorities say no, because we're going to have the look of milk in it now. But person walking by a cheeseburger, that is necessarily a prohibition. To the point where like my family loves uh like one of my favorite milk restaurants. It's called Milk Pig, is the Milky Way in LA and of blessed memory. So he owns it. A lot of people don't know Steven Spielberg owns a really small restaurant in LA, but he does, or his holding company. She's not a cheeseburger eater. That's not her thing. We avoid uh, milk and meat within the Orthodox community. But if she wants to have a cheeseburger, she'll go there, and they have a Beyond Burger with cheese. And there's not meat in the entire restaurant. Um, so I um,
is Beyond Burger where it's actually like you take the cells of a
no,
chicken or whatever, or
No.
kind of
No.
grow it,
No.
or it's just
that's
entirely synthetic and
that's lab grown meat. No, we're talking about usually it's like tofu and um, like
you're right. It's like some vegan burger thing.
proteins, yeah. So they're two separate worlds. And then there's the reverse of
Okay.
this. So you can have a meat burger, but you don't want to put cheese on it. So then we have something called pareve cheese, which is basically Hebrew for neutral, and basically it means you can eat um, eat it with anything. So you can eat it with milk stuff, you can eat it with stuff. And so it tastes like cheese. You can't tell it has a cheese consistency. It's basically a way that you can have a cheeseburger. And
Do you think it tastes as good as regular cheese?
uh, I think that there, if you put them in front of people, a lot of people couldn't tell the difference. And there's an argument to be a lot of it could be from cheese into issues. But in answer to your question, that I'm a futurist. I look forward to a day where no animals will die and all the food that we eat can be neutral. Like we don't need animals. Like basically, it's a type of veganism. And, and would I allow and Mike to take it? Yeah, I would. But here's the thing: I don't have a synagogue. If I had to be holding on eyes that is avant-garde, I can tell you that there is a rabbi I won't name them, but basically who I don't want to say was blacklisted, but sort of was blacklisted within the Orthodox community for having some progressive feelings. I believe it was on homosexuality and like LGBTQ movement, and and they their shul, their synagogue now community, they lost a lot of members because around
As progressive as LGBTQ plus stuff yourself.
yeah. So I used to not be. I used to be very much, especially before the progressive movement, um, that men should be with women, women should be with men. That's how the Bible states. That's what I've always known. If you want to be gay, do so behind closed doors or whatever. That's not Wittyism. Lesbianism is far less um, a prohibited activity and homosexuality. Uh, Twice within the Hebrew Bible, it says if a man lies with a man, he should be stoned, as clear as you. So that's what I lived by. I was always confused why we didn't homosexuals, frankly. But says, and unless you're going to have an Orthodox individual who witnesses two gay men have sex in front of him, actually two of them, two witnesses witness of two gay men having sex with each other, then they can't be before the base then basically the house of judgment. So Orthodox man is going to put himself into a situation gay men having sex in front of him. So we just don't do the stoning anymore. It's basically on this transhumanism and get. We also recognize that moving into a post-religion world. I look forward to every single day. I pray for Mashiach, our Messiah, to come and clear up all of these matters. And when he comes, he's supposed to be a great political leader of the Davidic line, supposed to be a great leader. He's supposed to, and I've been reading Messiah in the in the Hebrew Bible. It's not a thing. It's more of a more, it's more, it's evolved over the course of the last 2,000 years or so. But when he comes, if he ever views my streams, I want him to say, I don't want to do anything that he would disagree with, like be pro-war or unfair to people or unrighteous or someone who would be closed-minded to the needs of other. There's an understanding. All of the great riddles and issues within Judaism and within the world will be clarified. Mashiach comes here. So every day I pray for Mashiach. There's a thought that there could be a Mashiach in every generation. There's a thought that Mashiach could be that any Mashiach, any man or any Jewish man could be Mashiach. Um, I don't know. What I think Mashiach will be the man who rebuilds the temple in Jerusalem. There are things he's supposed to do too, live 1,000 stuff. But that person will be an important person within Judaism. And I don't want to do anything that they say uh, that I think that they would have not wanted or that they won't want. So every day I live my life as best I can as a Jew while live streaming it. And the questions that evolve, like meat allowed or is have grown meat allowed.
No,
Will you find it interesting? Hours? Do you want? All right. You get 7. Would that work for you?
if I'm still awake, yeah.
Okay, excellent. Thank you for your interest, and we'll see you then. Okay, big stuff. Peace out, guys. What's going on, Brandon?
Okay, she's playing basketball.
Excellent. Are you watching it?
I think as much. Yeah, I'm. Do you know what the score right now?
Okay.
What's the score?
Oh, I don't know. I don't.
It doesn't matter. It's not going out anything. You can believe her this next
Elevate other version. The biggest no one knows for sure. Elevate Divide King Chaim, but this is the majority left line. Been doing this bitch 149 days. It is 8th of Sivan 5786 Sunday, May 24th. 6. 37 creation of the birth of Adam and Eve. 36 31 136 son of Adam was born. 526 235 E9 34 36. 325 Kenan son of Enosh was 319 3301 460 Jared son of Mahala was born. 3139 folks. We got two more favorite reverse twice because it sucks. Does it? Everything. If you're watching this right now, I gotta wait on what? Rabbi? The paranormal? Oh, okay. I don't like that term, bro. What would you call it? Science? What's this book? Oh man, it's about bitch. She doesn't, but she has righteousness, and she's their great grandmother. Doing homework.
Try Safari's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Safari library with our new AI. In the days when the chieftains ruled, there was a famine in the land. And a man from Bethlehem in Judah, with his wife and two sons, went to reside in the country of Moab. His wife's name was Naomi. Two sons were named Elon and Chilion, Ephrathites of Bethlehem in Judah. They came to Elimelech, Naomi's husband, died, was left with her two sons. They married Moabite women, one named Orpah and the other Ruth, lived there about 10 years. 5. Then those two, Malon and Chilion, also died, so left without her two sons and without her husband. 6. Out with her daughters in to return from the country of Moab. In the country of Moab she had heard God had taken note of Israel and given them food. 7. But by her two daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been living. And they said, back to the land of Judah. 8. But Naomi said to her law, turn back, each of you with the dead, each of you find security in them. And she, my daughters, for even if I'm 13 or more, but against me. 14. They broke into weeping again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law farewell. Clung to her. 15. So she said, your sister-in-law has returned to her people, go follow your sister-in-law. But Ruth replied, do not urge me to leave you, to turn back, and not shall be my people, and your God my God. 17. Where you die, and there I will be buried. Thus and more. 18. When Naomi saw how determined she was to go with her, she ceased to argue with her. 19. And the two went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement over them. The women said, can this be Naomi? 20. Do not call me Naomi, she replied. Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very bitter. 21. I went away full, and God has brought me back empty. How can you call me Naomi, when God has dealt harshly with me, when Shaddai has brought misfortune upon me? 22. Thus Naomi returned from the country of Moab. She returned with her daughter-in-law Ruth the Moabite. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the barley harvest. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK area. Learn more. Try Safari's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore text in the Safari our new AI assistant. Route 2:1. 1. When on her husband's side name was Boaz. Me, I would like to go to the fields and glean among ears of grain. Behind, go. Who was of his family? The reapers. Bless you. Whose girl is that? Sick. Who came back? She said, been not. And when you are, go to and drink some of the water that the workers have drawn. 10. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground, and said to him, why are you says to single me out, when the level of all that you did at your birth and came to a people you had not known? 12. May God reward your deeds. May you advance from the eternal, the God 13, Lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants. 14. At mealtime, Boaz said to her, come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar. So she sat down. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her fill and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to glean, Boaz gave orders to his workers, you to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference. But you must also pull some stalks out of the heaps, and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her. 17. She field until evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned. It was about of barley. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law gleaned, and when she also took out and gave her what she left over after eating her fill. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, where did you glean today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generousness of you. So she told her mother-in-law whom she had worked with, saying, the name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz. 20. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show kindness to the living or to the dead. 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, the man is related to us, of our redeeming kinsman. 21. Ruth the Moabite said and told me, stay close by my workers until all my harvest. 22. And Naomi answered her daughter-in-law Ruth, daughter, that you go out with his maidens, and not be accosted in some. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and gleaned until the barley harvest and the wheat harvest were finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. Is to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safaria. Learn more. Text in the Safaria library with our new AI-powered assistant. Ruth had a kinsman on her husband's side was Boaz. 2. Go to the field. God be with you. And it. God bless you. 5. Boaz said to servant who was in charge of the reapers, whose girl is that? 6. The servant, she is a Moabite with Naomi from the country of Moab. She said, please behind them. She has been on her feet ever since. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered to nurse you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jar and drink some of the water that the workers have drawn. 10. She prostrated herself with her face to the ground, and said to him, why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner? 11. Boaz said in reply, I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of and came to a people you had not known more. 12. May God reward your deeds. May you have a full recompense from the eternal, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, you are most, my lord, comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much your maidservants. 14. At mealtime, to her, come over here and partake of the meat, and dip your morsel in the vinegar. So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her parched grain, and she ate her fill, and when she got up again to glean, Boaz gave orders to his workers, you are not, but you must also stalks out of the heaps and not scold her. 17. She gleaned in the field until evening, an ephah of barley. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. La saw what she had gleaned, when she also took out and gave her what she had left over. 19. Gleaned today? Where did you work? Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you. So she told her mother-in-law whom she had worked with, saying, the name of the man with whom I work today is Boaz. 20. Naomi said to her daughter-in-law, blessed be he of God, who has not failed to show us to the living or to the dead. Naomi explained in law, the man is related to us, he is one of our redeeming kinsmen. 21. Ruth the Moabite said, he even told me, stay close by my workers until all my harvest is finished. 22. And Naomi answered, it is best, daughter, and some other, and gleaned until the barley harvest, and her you may be happy. 2. Now there is winnowing barley on the threshing. Anoint yours, note the place where he lies down, and go over and cover his feet and lie down. Tell you what you are to do. 5. He replied, I will do everything you tell me. 6. She went down to the threshing floor and did just her mother-in-law had instructed her. 7. Boaz ate and drank, and in a cheerful mood went to lie down beside the grain. Then she went over. In the middle of the night, start and pulled back, there was a woman lying at his feet. Over your handmaid, redeeming kinsman. He exclaimed, be blessed of God, daughter. Your latest deed of loyalty is greater than the first, in that you have not turned to younger men, whether poor or rich. 11. And now, daughter, have no fear. I will do in your behalf whatever you ask, for all the elders of my town know what fine woman you are. 12. But while it is true I am a redeeming kinsman, there is another redeemer closer than I. 13. Stay for the night. Then in the morning, if he will act as a redeemer, good. Let him redeem. But if he does not want to act as redeemer for you, I will do so myself, as God lives. Lie down until morning. 14. So she lay at his feet until dawn. She rose before one person could distinguish another, for he thought, let it not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor. 15. And he said, hold out the shawl you are wearing. She held it while he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her back. When she got back to the town. 16. She came to her mother-in-law, who asked, how is it you? She told her what the man had done for her. 17. And she added, he gave me these 6 measures, saying to me, do not go back to your mother. 18. And Naomi said, stir, till you learn how the matter turns out. For the man will not rest, will settle the matter today. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK, continue using Safaria. Learn. Discover and explore texts in the Safaria library with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 3. 1. Naomi, her mother-in-law. Daughter. I must seek a home for you. Tries in the Safaria library new AI-powered meal and sit down here. So and he came over and said, be free. He said to the Redeemer, Naomi, now returned from the country of Moab, must sell the piece of land belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. 4. I thought I should disclose the matter to you and say, in the presence of those seated here, the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. But if you will not redeem, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you. I am willing to redeem it. 5. Boaz continued, when you acquire the property from Naomi and from Ruth the Moabite, you must also acquire the wife of the deceased, redemption, from unable to exercise it. 7. Now this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange, to validate any transaction, one party would take off a sandal and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when the Redeemer said to Boaz, acquire for yourself, he drew off his sandal. 9. And Boaz said to the elders and to Chilion and Mahlon, and the wife of Mahlon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the deceased upon his estate, that the name of the deceased may not disappear from among his kinsmen and from the gate of his hometown. You are witnesses today. Bilhah answered, we are. May God make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, both of whom built up the house of Israel, the house of Perez whom Tamar bore to Judah, the offspring that God will give you by this young woman. 13. Boaz married Ruth, she became his wife, with her God let her conceive, and bore a son. 14. And the women said to Naomi, blessed be God, who has not held a redeemer from you today. May his name be born to your and sustain your old age, for he is born of your daughter-in-law, who loves you and is better to you than 7 sons. Naomi took the child and held it to her bosom. 17. And the woman named Naomi. They named him Obed, he was the father of David. 18. This is the line of Perez. Perez begot Hezron. 19. Hezron begot Ram. Ram begot Amminadab. 20. Amminadab begot Nahshon. Salmon begot Boaz. Boaz begot Obed. 22. Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Separia. Learn more. Try Separia's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore texts in the Separia library with our new AI-powered assistant. A famine in the land, sons, in the country of Moab. His name was Naomi, and his 2 sons were named Tree of Moab and remained husband. They also died, so the woman was left without her 2 sons and without her husband. She started out with her daughters-in-law to return from the country of Moab, for in the country of Moab she had heard that God had taken note of the people of Israel and given them food. 7. Accompanied by her 2 daughters-in-law, she left the place where she had been, and they set out on the road back to the land of Judah. 8. To her 2 turned back, each of you to her mother's house. May God deal. They broke into weeping. 10. And said to her, no, we will return with you to your people. 11. But Naomi replied, turn back, my daughters. Why should you go with me? Have any more sons in my body who might be husbands for you? 12. Turn back, my daughters, for I am too old to be married. Even if I thought there was hope for me, even if I were tonight and I also. 13. Should wait for them to grow up? Should you on their account debar yourselves from marriage? Oh no, my daughters. My lot is far more bitter than yours, for God's hand has struck out against me. 14. They broke into weeping again, and Orpah kissed her mother-in-law farewell. But Ruth clung to her. 15. So she said, see, your sister-in-law has returned to her people and her gods. Go follow your sister-in-law. 16. But Ruth replied, do not urge me to leave you, to turn back and not follow. For wherever you go, go, wherever you lodge, I will lodge, your people shall be my people, and your God my God. 17. Where you die, I will die. Thus and more may God do to me if any but death parts me from you. 18. When Naomi determined she was to go with her, argue with her. 19. And the two went on until they reached Bethlehem. When they arrived in Bethlehem, the whole city buzzed with excitement over them. The women said, "Do not call me Naomi," she replied. "Call me Mara, for Shaddai has made my lot very." 21. I went away full, and with me, when Shaddai has brought misery upon me. Thus Naomi returned from the country of Moab. She returned with her daughter-in-law Ruth. They arrived in Bethlehem at the beginning of the bar. We use cookies to the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue. Using Safari. Learn more. Try Safari's Mary Live Roll in 1. Now Naomi family of Elimelech. Go, she replied. And off she went. She came and gleaned the field behind the reapers, and, as luck would have it, it was the piece of land belonging to Boaz, who was of Elimelech's family. 4. Arrived from Bethlehem. He greeted the reapers, "God be with you." And they responded, "God bless you." 5. Boaz said to the servant who was in charge of the reapers, "Whose girl?" The servant in charge Naomi, she said, "Please let me glean and gather among the sheaves behind the reapers." She has hardly rested at all in the hut. 8. Boaz said to Ruth, "Listen to me, daughter. Don't go to glean in another field. Don't go elsewhere, but stay here close to my maidservants." 9. Keep your eyes on the field they are reaping, and follow them. I have ordered the workers not to harass you. And when you are thirsty, go to the jars and drink some of it the workers have drawn. 10. She prostrated herself with her face ground, and said to him, "Why are you so kind as to single me out, when I am a foreigner?" 11. Boaz said in reply, "I have been told of all that you did for your mother-in-law after the death of your husband, how you left your father and mother and the land of your birth and came to a people you had not known before." 12. May God reward your deeds. May you have a full recompense from the Eternal, the God of Israel, under whose wings you have sought refuge. 13. She answered, "You are most, my lord, to comfort me and to speak gently to your maidservant, though I am not so much as one of your maidservants." 14. Boaz said to her, "Come over here and partake of the meal, and dip your morsel in the vinegar." So she sat down beside the reapers. He handed her, and she ate her fill and had some left over. 15. When she got up again to glean to his workers, "You are not to let her glean among the sheaves, without interference. You must also pull some stalk the heaps and leave them for her to glean, and not scold her." 17. She gleaned in the field till evening. Then she beat out what she had gleaned. It was about an ephah of barley. 18. And carried it back with her to the town. When her mother-in-law saw what she had gleaned, and when she also took out and gave her what she had left over after eating her fill. 19. Her mother-in-law asked her, "Where did you glean today? Where did you work?" Blessed be he who took such generous notice of you. So she told her mother-in-law whom she had worked with, saying, "The name of the man with whom I." 20. 4. Naomi explained to her daughter-in-law, "The man who asked Ruth, all my harvest is finished." Daughter-in-law Ruth. So she stayed close to the maidservants of Boaz, and gleaned until the wheat harvests were finished. Then she stayed at home with her mother-in-law. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. Click OK to continue using Safari. Learn more. Elementary library with our new AI-powered Naomi. Her mother-in-law said to her, "Daughter, I must seek a home for you, where you may be happy." 2. Now there is our kinsman Boaz, whose girls you were close to. He will be winnowing barley on the threshing floor tonight. 3. So bathe, anoint yourself, dress up, and go down to the threshing floor. But do not disclose yourself to the man until he has finished eating and drinking. 4. When he lies down, note the place where he lies down, and go over and uncover his feet and lie down. He will tell you what you are to do. 5. She replied, "I will do everything you tell me." 6. She went down, and Florlaw had instructed her. 7. Boaz ate and drank, and in a cheerful mood went to lie down beside the grain pile. Then she went over stealthily and uncovered his feet and lay down. 8. In the middle of the night, the man gave a start. There was a woman lying at his. 9. Who are you? He asked. And she replied, "I am your handmaid Ruth. Spread your robe over your handmaid, for you are a redeeming kinsman." 10. He exclaimed, "Be blessed of God, your loyalty is great, in that you have not turned to younger men, whether poor or rich." 11. Now, daughter, I will do in your behalf you ask, for all the elders of my town know what a fine woman you are. 12. But while it is true I am a redeeming kinsman, there is another redeemer closer than I. Stay for the night. Then in the morning, if he will act as a redeemer, good. Let him redeem. But if he does not want to act as redeemer for you, I will do so myself, as God lives. Lie down until morning. 14. So she met his feet until dawn. She rose before one person could distinguish another, for he thought, let it not be known that the woman came to the threshing floor. 15. And he said, hold out the shawl you are wearing. She held it while he measured out 6 measures of barley, and he put it on her back. When she got back to the town. 16. She came to her mother-in-law, who were in-law empty-handed. Daughter, till you learn how the matter turned out. Try Superior's new library assistant experimental. Discover and explore text in the Superior with our new AI-powered assistant. Route 4. 1. Passed, so and so, and sat down. 2. Then Boaz took Ted, be seated here, and they sat down. 3. He said to the Redeemer, Naomi, now returned from the country, must sell the piece of land that belonged to our kinsman Elimelech. 4. I thought I closed the matter to you and say, acquire it in the presence of those seated here and in the presence of the elders of my people. If you are willing to redeem it, redeem. But if you will not redeem, tell me, that I may know. For there is no one to redeem but you, and after you. I am willing to redeem it, he replied. 5. Boaz continued, when you acquire the property from Naomi and from Ruth the Moabite, you acquire the wife, so as to perpetuate the name deceased upon his estate. 6. The Redeemer replied, then I cannot redeem it for myself, lest I impair my own estate. You take over my right of redemption, for I am unable to exercise. 7. Now this was formerly done in Israel in cases of redemption or exchange. To validate any transaction, one party would take off a sandal and hand it to the other. Such was the practice in Israel. 8. So when the Redeemer said to Boaz, yourself, he drew off his sandal. 9. And Boaz said to the elders and to the rest of the people, you say that I am acquiring from Naomi all that belonged to Elimelech and all that belonged to Chilion and Mahlon. 10. I am also acquiring Ruth the Moabite, the wife of Mahlon, as my wife, so as to perpetuate the deceased upon his estate, that disappear from him and from the gate of his hometown. You are witnesses today. 11. All the people at the gate and the elders answered, we are. May God make the woman who is coming into your house like Rachel and Leah, both of whom built up the house of Israel. Prosper in Ephraim and perpetuate your name in Bethlehem. 12. And may your house be like the house of Perez whom Tamar bore to Judah through the offspring that God will give you by this young woman. 13. So Boaz married Ruth, she became his wife. And he cohabited with her. God let her conceive, and she bore a son. 4. May his name be perpetuated in 15. He born of your daughter-in-law, who loves you and is. Naomi took the child and held it of David. God he Ram Yasha. Salmon, Boaz begot Obed. 2. Obed begot Jesse, and Jesse begot David. We use cookies to give you the best experience possible on our site. To continue using Safaria. Learn more.
I'm Dr. Justin Sledge, and welcome to Esoterica, or the philosophy and religion. One of the most difficult aspects of starting to study Jewish mysticism is getting a handle on just how those ideas over time. It's tempting to think that, for instance, Kabbalah has just always existed in the form that we have it, or that Kabbalah is just one thing at all. Of course, neither of these positions is really tenable. Such notions developed through the ages and are still developing. And they're always been numerous mutually production from the development from the prophets. Of course, this series isn't meant to serve as a reflection of Jewish Kabbalah in their hopefully texts, allowing me to use these lectures to reach a larger on esoterica. If you want, you can find the entire series under the playlist Entering the Garden, Introduction to Jewish Mysticism and Kabbalah. I'll be uploading them over the next few weeks, or if you find these episodes after autumn of 2021 and you want to watch the entire, you can find them in that playlist. If you find this series on Kabbalah and my other kind of esotericism, and perhaps consider supporting the production of free academic and scholarly topics in occultism, hermetic philosophy, by joining my Patreon or perhaps with a one-time donation. You can find those links below, and I really appreciate your consideration. Now, let's enter the garden of Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah. Well, I want to say, welcome back to our session through Jewish mysticism and Kabbalah, and we talked about last time, right? And Kabbalah, right? Distance. So we're still very much in the period around the turn of the Common Era, as is to say around the year 0, right? If you want to get a anchor of where you are. And just to recap a bit, right? Just to recap last time to sort of see where we are in the lay of land. We think mysticism, at least for the purposes of this class, which doing things that disagree with you, that's good stuff. So I'm just anytime I say I'm going to define mysticism, it's like putting a target. The way that I want to define it is a non-rational mode in which one experiences or learns about fundamental reality and accrue around those experiences. I would say I would call someone, for instance, that studies mysticism for the idea that mystics learn fundamental truths. Perhaps that person themselves didn't have those experiences. I would also consider that person a mystic. Our tradition is just much later. I never think that there's mystical experiences. And as I mentioned last time, the first Jewish mystics weren't even Jewish. The first Jewish mystics were Israelites, which is a much broader category. Remember that the Jews received that name. They received that name as being the descendants of one of the tribes that comprise the mystics. Actually make up a minority of this, since we have in the Hebrew Bible, are from all over. They're not necessarily Judahites. And we said that the two against theophany, that is to say, God showed up to them, God appeared to them, and on the other hand, for other people, God spoke to them. And if you speak on the behalf of God, that makes you a Navi, a prophet. Although sometimes those folks are referred to as ro'eh, as seers. But the idea there is that you have the idea that either those folks can feature or they hear something from communicate that to other people. And those folks we typically refer to as the prophets. And the most important theophanies in the Hebrew Bible, historically speaking at least, we don't think that the theophany described in Exodus where showed up to the Israelites and to Moses. We're confident that that's a mythological piece of information, not a historical one. But we are relatively confident. Many scholars are relatively confident Isaiah and Ezekiel did have some kind of phenological encounter. That encounter they recorded in the Ezekiel respectively. Now, the idea is, now you might be wondering, right, how can you say Moses didn't exist? Well, it's not whether he did or didn't, it's about what we have evidence for. And we just don't have evidence, really, to believe that the experiences of Isaiah and Ezekiel were in fact recorded. And as we talked about last time, prophecy is very well attested in all theories, with the weird exception of Egypt. Egypt is kind of prophet-free, which all sounds great. I wouldn't want to live anywhere in my neighborhood. I'm walking down my screaming at people because like I kill you all. I'm like, I'm not calling cops on you again. Or anywhere near prophets is free. But at any rate, we find that there are a great deal, especially in the Neo period. And so we have great deals in other ancient prophets. Near Eastern World War. And so there's engaging in prophecy and other mechanisms by which to detect whether prophecy is from twist. Actually, just and what brings prophecy to it, this up for our transition to tonight, is the theophany literature of the Hebrew God of the Israelites, Yahweh, makes himself known by revealing a bunch of very inconvenient rules. And by revealing all these very inconvenient rules, the idea is that the Israelites are bound to follow those rules, and Yahweh will protect them and give them the land and provide for them to have large families and is destroyed, and the Judean state is destroyed. And as you might imagine, theology is founded on a vassal contract, and your vassal, the person who justifies your vassal relationship, gets defeated. Well, and so again, it's like you're living your landlord gets bought out by, I don't know. Well, you got the landlord. You have no longer a landlord. Well, now you've got to deal with other gods. And so the Israelites have some pretty complicated problems in their hands. And a pretty complicated problem. We predicated an entire theology on one system, and it didn't work. Our God seems like either God is defeated or we're defeated, and what now? Right? What do you do now with the awkward relationship with your former landlord? And so what's going to happen is that prophecy, the idea that there are people speaking on behalf of Yahweh, what's going to happen is that's going to increase away. Right? And a new form of religiosity is going to be a new Alright. Tanakh quiz. I bet you know this. Answer that's the less wrong answer. You're sort of not recording straightforward. Anyone know where the events of the Hanukkah story are actually depicted in you may know it. Everybody's like, why are you asking things like this? That's right. Actually, you are right. It is not described transparently in Tanakh. It is, however, described encodedly in the book of Daniel. It is actually encoded in the book of Daniel. Now, the book of Daniel is probably the least read Jewish book in the Hebrew Bible. It's in some ways one of the most confusing. But historical scholars of the Hebrew Bible, scholars of the book of Daniel, that ended in a very elaborate system of symbols. The story of the conquest of Syria, Judea by Alexander the Great, the civil wars between his generals that led to the various empires like the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, also with the rise of the Romans and the period of the Maccabean Retribe, using coded language in Daniel through 12. If you've never read the book of Daniel, it's a very weird book, but it's one of the few books in the Bible that actually has sections actually Aramaic. In the 12 section that is encoded using a very elaborate system of symbols that are all the things I just put out. Now, what's very interesting about this section of the book of Daniel is that the writer, whoever's writing it, is describing the very beginning of the Maccabean rebellion, right? But they never describe the end of it. I think it's an open question. Why don't they describe the eventual success of the Maccabean? And they're very pro-Maccabean. least a section were written sometime after the Maccabean revolt began, but before it ended. So we know it began around 160 and it concluded around 167. So we have a good idea about where that section of Daniel, when it was written down. Now, why would people encode things in strange language? Why would people encode things in weird symbols? Well, because it's a new kind of literature emerging, a new kind of religiosity emerging in the aftermath of the demise of the prophetic period, and that new kind of religiosity is what we call apocalypticism. Also, the vast majority of historical prophets did not future. We'll talk more about the ones that tried and failed in a minute, but the vast who try to describe all kinds of weird things that are Daniel or the book of Revelations by St. John or Nostradamus. Nostradamus, weird stuff like an eagle comes from the east and attacks the great bear, and the bear follows the sun, and the sun turns the talking about. They're in the present using encoded language. It's ex eventu prophecy. They're describing things that have happened using codes. Why would they do that? Well, as it might be to be a little bit, right? Because again, what is one of the things these people like to do? Criticize standard order of things. And the person living in the Roman Empire, and God's going to kill them all soon. You want to publish that? You don't want to publish that because they'll crucify you for it. So what do you write? Well, the kid team, right, will arise from the sea and then blah blah. Right? And the encoding mechanism is part of the apocalypse. So what isn't apocalypse? The first thing we need to do. Apocalypticism, there's the battle of Gog and Magog. There's going to be all this stuff that happens. And so many apocalypticism has been built unity. Jesus thought it was out of the future. It's an idea really from Christianity that has sort of shadowed and flavored the way that we use this word. Most apocalyptic writers, most for that matter, in the Hebrew Bible, in the Jewish tradition, don't in the way of trying to predict the future. They just don't. In fact, the most famous case where anyone can be said at the time, the single most predictable is Nebuchadnezzar. No, he predicted that because Nebuchadnezzar was destroying everything. Everything. Right? It's just like predicting, right? It's like American imperialism will continue. Yep. It's going on, right? It's a completely normal thing to predict. And then they attack Tyre and Pulse. And so Ezekiel himself actually has to come back later. He actually comes back in the same book and says, well, what I meant was, he has to reinterpret his own prophecy to explain the fact that he was wrong. Even though it was a completely, actually predictable thing. Your predictions is a bad idea. Nietzsche, right? It never profits me too, right? If you predict on, say, March 22nd, 2029, that blah, 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 career rests on that. So most of the prophecies, they don't, right? And in general, this thing. By the way, that whole Nebuchadnezzar thing for people who are biblical literates is a real pain in there. So explain why the Bible, why a prophet got it wrong, and then why a prophet admits he got it wrong, and then how we put a spin on it and then spin it to further fix it. And my favorite example is, yeah, it admits much interest in the world. In fact, when they do describe the end of the world, they almost always lean on Hellenistic ideas. And those Hellenistic ideas, specifically the Stoic idea, was it basically I was going to trash everything at the end. That there was going to be some kind of global that the world would be ended, would be destroyed by a giant fire. That was a very could you give up the end of the world to a Greek philosophy, Hellenistic idea. So, minute. What you period in which is the logical of that last all 130 independence movement on the major breakdown, as I mentioned earlier, in the theology of the time. As I mentioned earlier, right, this entire covenant, and that covenant works in the way that the Israelites. So that is the way it's supposed to go. A voice for God telling the Israelites, you're breaking the contract, and if you persist in this, God's going to punish you. God's going to break the contract. Well, after everything comes completely apart, beginning in the 8th century BCE, but by the 6th century, the entire Judaic state is completely destroyed. There's just a serious problem. And the serious problem is, if the prophets were right, and if every single Judahite was massacred, well, that would have brought the prophecy to conclusion, right? You broke, and everyone's dead. Done, right? And that would have been and I say neat, not untidy, being several more above everything mattered, but it would have been a very tidy story theologically. Well, what happened? The Babylonians didn't kill everybody. They took the entire Judean aristocratic section into exile in Judea. And they kept on keeping on. Not in the land. In their own land, but in Babylon. And not only that, they had a good time. We have extensive records of the Jewish population living in, and we know they were living relatively well. They owned slaves. They had lands. They had businesses, right? In fact, their life was so good in Babylon, in exile, that when the Jewish people were allowed to return to Israel, to Judea, by the Persians, many didn't want to go. They're like, I want to to like a rock that has no way, like living good, which right for a Jew on in comfort and rebuild something. In fact, right after this, when we talk about the fact, and we know that we work out, all the temple's been destroyed. What's going on with what do we do with this Yahweh thing? theology doesn't make sense because there's a remainder that contradicts it. You do. You could try to maintain the old theology. Some people did try to do that. But you can see the law, the covenant's been broken, they're still alive. What to do with that? That's a real problem. Well, what arises as a way of settling that problem, right? The way of settling that problem is by shifting your theology, right? Never let a good catastrophe go to waste. You simply innovate your theology. And what ends up with Judahite theology? In fact, I might even argue that Israelite religion went into exile, but Judaism came back. The Israelites practiced would be unrecognizable to anyone here. Killing animals and burning beer and grain to appease a sky god. No one here recognized a religion like that. What comes out of exile is a theologically innovated religion that is much more like the Jews recognize now. So what happens is it innovate. They theologically innovate. They develop a new theology. The new trappings of the old covenantal theology, but radically philosophically changes what it all means. Kinds of changes. The first big change is that Yahweh can't just be the God of Israel anymore. To make this work, Yahweh has to be a God of everything. Not just God of Israel and work the other gods in the world, like this is what we call theism, right? Your God exists, my God exists. That's what the Israelites basically believed. Now, the new shift is not only can my your God, your God is not real. There's just one God. Monotheism in both Israel and that not just responsible, but responsible. God has a for the entire cosmos. As it is the fact that God is preparing something amazing. Right? So this kind of theology is going to be decisively important in this matter. So what also has to happen here, right? Is that the Israelites, right, are going to have to begin to change the way they think about their relationship to this God. And the problem is, this God's going to have to tell them what's happening. Is that new kinds of prophets emerge in which God shows them the plan. Right? Again, hear the language here, right? The older prophets heard God and communicated what God said. The new kind of prophecy sees what God's showing them and communicates what God shows them in literature. This is a much more literary movement and it's a much more visual movement. It's so distinct. Now think of it as a distinct kind of religiosity. They're not speaking God, they're describing what God's shown them, what God has revealed to them. And that is a completely different phenomenological mode of experiencing this. Right? A very different kind of mysticism indeed. Now, precipitates this. How do they get the ability to what underwrites this? And the truth, we don't know. Because we don't have good records about how this goes. Is that what ends up happening is that the Judahites go into exile, contact with an up-and-coming religion called Zoroastrianism. Now you have to understand that when the Judahite aristocracy goes into exile, the Judahite aristocracy is still a relatively, this is the right word to describe this here, are like the New Yorkers of cosmopolitan, they're literate, they have an ancient culture that's been there for multiple giant temples, each of which is larger than the Israelite temple. It was a temple was a relatively incredibly old. Just wanted to old over the Babylonians. Again, this is like dragged off. Imagine the shell shock of what must have happened. Further, coming in contact with a very dynamic view called Zoroastrianism. Zoroastrianism is, of course, a reform religion founded by basically the destiny of the world. The forces of good are represented by non-physical spiritual entities, and those non-physical spiritual entities are in combat with other non-physical spiritual entities that serve the bad guys. Angels and demons. Right? Guard. Now, this good versus evil catastrophic battle at the end of time. The forces of good will win. They will throw the forces of evil into a right. Not only that, there are even Zoroastrian prophets who are given to that is forces of the underworld filtered their way to Europe, and we're fairly confident that not the elements by them. The Divine Comedy is probably in these 12 of the Zoroastrian. Now, here at the end of the world, there's going to be a savior, and at the end of time, everyone is resurrected bodily, they will jump right, and there is a massive set of literature, right, being composed by Zoroaster, and the idea is that your relationship with Scripture is more important in many ways than doing sacrifice animals. Those guys are from the war, those are the guys that you adore, the baby Jesus. At any rate, that should all sound pretty familiar to most of us. If you take a Judy and add a little Zoroastrianism to it, shake it up in your cocktail shaker, pour it in a glass, you have all the ingredients for a great cocktail called Christianity, or Islam, or apocalyptic Judaism. Now again, many people test the idea that Judaism could be influenced, informed, changed by the Jewish. I got news for you, the Zoroastrians as a Christian, and I can guarantee you they would have been influenced. You should right? It's a seven religion now. It's a very tiny religion, primarily located in Iran, America, and in Iraq, but or in India. But they're not doing that great, unfortunately. They're small. So now talk a little bit about the groundwork for mysticism. What is it? Right? We call it a religious mode, but I use the word to have some background in philosophy, right? A mode of being. Just the premise that you will persist Christianity. In fact, Christianity is just, in many ways, apocalyptic Judaism perfected. It's when, in fact, apocalypticism becomes the religion, right? It's when the shift completely goes over to one side, and the apocalyptic is what really matters, and Judaism becomes an adjunct riding on the tail of apocalypticism. One can imagine Christianity, that's Islam. Islam is also largely apocalyptic religion. Again, it's based on a guy being shown by an angel. It's fundamentally an apocalyptic religion. So what makes the apocalypse? Now, what's important to know about now in Judea or in Babylon and said, I'm going to invent apocalypticism. What they did was be religious, and they innovated. And the specific religious innovations that they developed, we now call them. Right? So it's very important to note here. This is a scholarly term applied to an ancient people. It's always important to know that when you do that, when you apply a schema, it never fits perfectly. Right? Something they're left out, something they're left in. But it's such a stable kind of scheme that we think we like to break the prophetic religion of ancient Israel. So what makes apocalypse? The first thing is what I mentioned here in the last, but I'll mention it first, because the last will be first. Is the name apocalypse, right? It comes from the word apocalypsis in Greek, which means to reveal or to uncover. And what's important about this literature is that what tends to group it all together is the idea that God is revealing the prophet. Go can the prophet like Amos. God spoke, right? God revealing various kinds of things to a human nature. And typically, that's being mediated by a divine, semi-divine being, typically an angel. So an angel shows up and says, let me show you something. And what do they show them? All kinds of things. What kinds of things? Typically, technology. I'm not interested in how the universe, things that is weirdly missing from the Hebrew Bible is any discussion of how the world is arranged, right? World, exactly. Because they're not really interested in, right? They're interested in what's going on in Judea with this king. So cosmology becomes very, very important in the apocalyptic mode of Judaism. Also, they're very interested in the past. This is sometimes ironic, considering that most people think of apocalypticism as primarily dealing with the future, but most apocalyptists are interested in the past. So they're very interested in how did we get here. And the thing that they're very interested in is where people come from, right? Because it's evil in the world, and it's out there, what kind of existence does it have? And they're very interested in never see much discussing the origins of evil, right? Even the whole snake in the Garden of Eden, the writer of that story in the book of Genesis, and that's where all evil comes from. It names some things, right? You have to work for your bread, women's child pain, and the pain of having a child will increase. By the way, pain will increase. It never says that it wasn't. It just was, right? So it says, and that's why everything fails, right? The apocalyptists will be very interested in this. Also, very interested in the use of symbolism. Too much in the way of symbolism, right? But the apocalyptists will be very interested in symbolism. They're in fact virtually encoding their writing. And also, again, as I mentioned earlier with the two prophets, they're going to be interested in engaging in the same kind of social criticism that we saw in historical Israelite prophets, but they're going to be doing it in a way that, in a literary form, in which they by describing them as if they're happening in the future, right? So they describe present events in a coded way as if they're happening in the future. That's going to be more apocalyptic writer. Amos didn't encode image. God, he's not like, look, I hate you people and these it's specific. And we have a special relationship with this God. Why did the Greeks just like whip our ass? Like that's a bad thing? Like we get whipped by the Romans. They just killed like a bunch of us. What's going on, God? Right? The real important questions, right? I mean, people question. If it's like, and again, I think tribulation. The idea is it's real bad God's plan, and not only that, the apocalypticists claim to know the plan, right? They claim to know the plan. They're also at some level interested in the end of the world, right? Now, and I say end of the world, what they're really interested in is the righteous and the wicked being separated, and the righteous being rewarded, and the wicked being damned. There's no hint of that in Israel. The same one underworld, Sheol. It doesn't matter if you're a bad person. You're the same place, it's something. Well, the apocalyptists say that's bad people will get punished. This idea comes probably from Zoroastrianism, right? So bad people get punished, people will get rewarded. That's the extent, really, of how things are going to go down in the future. And of course, right? Why does that make sense? Well, it makes sense because a lot of good people, or at least people they thought they were good, were suffering enormously under foreign occupation. They're also interested in otherworldly journeys, right? They'll go on journeys of the various realms of heaven, or they'll go on journeys to the very life. Dualistic, that is to say, the world of literature is very starkly divided between the good guys, right? The good guys are going to win, bad guys are going to lose. You don't see that in religion. In Israelite religion, the prophets are bad, but if you do good, God will not punish you. In apocalypticism is you are bad, and God is going to destroy you. Holistic worldview. Which again, if you study history, in times of intense political crisis, right, dualism emerges. The good guys and the bad guys, right? Right? Whether it's the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, right? Or whether it's the sons of light versus the sons of darkness, polarize the world, and that's all thing. And again, I think you need a kind of apocalypse in here. But he would hate that idea. But you can happily roll in his grave. Back to that apocalypticism is someone's going to fix all. Because if you look at the time period being conquered by it's pretty clear that they say going to be some interended of messianic in general. So ancient Judaism was never clear about there being just one Messiah. Many sections of Judaism actually believe there would be at least two. So, right? Now, just fix that by like having him die like later. Or just wait on. So you can roll into one dude. Also, there's all kind of inside characters, right? You have a good guy for the good guys. You're gonna have a bad guy fighting for the bad guy. The structure of heaven and hell is going to be a big part of the apocalyptic world. If they're going to describe to you where you're going to go when you die or when you get resurrected, they want you to know about it. And if there's really vivid depictions of the hellish worlds in the afterlife, it's pretty motivating. Like, I don't want to go there. Where they like boil you. That sounds bad. I don't want to go there. I'm going to be a good guy. They're very interested in the structures of the various heavens and the hells. And they're also interested in the idea that behind the scenes of what's apparent to us, is actually being dominated by a vast majority of spiritual creatures. Typically, we now know them as angels and demons. And so, again, if you look at the Hebrew Bible, there are basically very little terms of angels and demons. They kind of show up from time to time, right? But in the apocalyptic, they are everywhere. Angels and demons are literally all around you, engaging in titanic spiritual warfare world, right? And every country has its own angel, right? Michael's angel of this country, Gabriel's angel of this country, demon. So the scale of things is also bigger. In Israelite literature, they kind of don't like the Assyrians, but you never have a global analysis of the world because they're kind of a parochial people. The apocalyptic writers are not parochial. They imagine the entire world divided into countries, and they explain political science in terms of this spiritual battles that are going on behind the scenes that we don't see. Their literature, which we'll talk about more in just a moment, is please to claim that very ancient people wrote them. So ancient, because you have Menachem, the dude down the street wrote that cares, right? Like you're not saying no people are reading Manny's book about the end of the world. No one cares about what Manny thinks. So let's talk about this literature, right? Let's get into what makes this work, right? Why would anyone write all this stuff? Well, the first is historical Judahites, and I'll know about you. I don't like turmoil. And when I like the turmoil, one of the things I try to figure out is, right, because we think, because we're stupid, that if we understand some power over it, you don't. Right? You can be real smart, and they basically just like throw you into a jail or whatever, right? But, again, if bad things are happening to you, you want to understand why. There's no person I don't think of, right? You can be as existentialist as the day's long, right? And you're still going to wonder what's going on. Why is it happening? Why is this happening? Very few people are going to suffer through immense physical and psychological turmoil and think to themselves, okay, yes, that just happened, right? Most people don't do that. So what do? They try to explain why it's happening. Further, right, they want to explain why it's happening. They want to feel like it's reason. No one likes the idea that you just went through a traumatic experience meaningless. If you're on a rock full of void, and in 4 billion years the sun goes, all things ever have you, it's not like it's not going to be a memory. We don't want to human perspective. We want to understand what's happening. We want our traumas to mean something. And so, what do they mean? Well, the overwhelming data we get from the apocalyptic literature is that God has planned every single thing that's happening in the world. This is a very deterministic literature. Your suffering is not random. It's part of a plan. And what's that plan? Into the world. Right? The world you know, right? I mean, right? If you know, and anyone who knew how to read this literature could read the code. Like, yeah, the Romans, they don't get their ass whooped by this guy. You're like, yeah. And the Romans, what are you reading? Nothing. Right? So that was a way of encoding this. Now, how does all this work? God has to reveal you, the apocalyptic prophet. That's what this literature is. It's the plan. It's the way the world is structured. God built the world. God structured the world. History itself is unfolding according to very set rules set down by God, and is part of the plan. It's part of the plan. And the apocalyptic literature is marked by that. As you might, in a world of turmoil, which I know Jewish people turmoil, right? Every once in a while, turmoil here and there, right? Little turmoil. That was an incredible form of religiosity. It explained why the world was the way it was, right? It described why bad things were happening. The things that you're going through as an individual are not random. And they're not from God. Like also, drug theology. Every bad thing that you is punishment from Yahweh. Right? No. You're sucked. That's part of the plan in which Yahweh is collaborating. That idea, I don't know about you, right? It's one of the most seductive ideas imaginable. And again, it's just probably, it reads, right? Dictatorship, wrote this already? It's not God doing it. See how they form a hundred of these and extending all the way through the Middle Ages, honestly, right? Because you have Jews with the turmoil. Yeah, again. And so the apocalyptic kept being produced. Christianity is a religion that, Judaism, with the exception of saints, those folks living at Qumran, or do anything other than make the Cephas look good, they felt about to come to its final end. They tried to organize a resistance to the Romans. They were, guess what? Store other skulls in the caves near their buildings, and they never came back for them. Why? Because they were dead, because they thought this was all part of the plan. Now you even see in the literature where they're planning describing the banner horn they're carrying in the battle. And I bet soldiers were like, why are they blowing horns, right? Did they think that's going to work? And then the Romans massacred them. They left their scrolls there. Apocalypse of how it's going to intervene on your behalf. If that's your battle plan, stay home. Right? If that's your strategy, and that is many of the big books of the Daniel, Apocalypticism, the whole, and the Dead Sea Scroll. The Book of Enoch, the Book of Enoch, or Jewish literature thing by the heroic people of Ethiopia, who they colonized, FYI. The devil not happened in their early editions, but they preserved all these writings that are so important in Judaism. So, I think about what the Ethiopian people have done and enormous things for what they've done. So, what's going to also happen, and we'll get to this next time, is that apocalypticism is also going to give rise to a new form of mysticism called the Merkabah mysticism, which will be next time. How do you don't see what God has to show you or what angels have to show you. Well, spiritual techniques develop for this, and a new formalism arose as a set of apocalypticism analysis. It's that's what the angels. Apocalyptic Judaism quite saw eye to eye. He was never quite meshed with rabbinical Judaism. And again, one famous one famous quote from the Bible: God delayed the coming of the Messiah is the years that you in the future. The rabbis don't like this, right? When rabbis save us all, the other rabbis make fun of him. They're like, grass will grow like his cheeks because he didn't get buried because he was burned alive, which is what our book were about. So sometimes it's street mean, right? The apocalypse is very, very dangerous. But it was incredibly popular. On the screen right now, short list of the apocalypse from this time period. If I were to graph the amount of literature, right, was produced in the apocalyptic genre, dozens of books that were very popular. For instance, the Dead Sea Scrolls, there are copies of the Book of Enoch, then there are copies of Leviticus. That's Torah, folks. That's like Torah. But Torah. There are more copies of Enoch there, right? There are more than Enoch. If we can take the roles they have as an indication. So the apocalyptic literature was incredibly important. And even with the rise of Christianity, it didn't stop producing. We have dozens of apocalyptic texts, right, including the Apocalypse of John, the other one. And why? Well, that pesky habit of not coming back soon enough. And Christians, they were being persecuted by the Roman Empire. They were being penalized by the Jewish people that didn't really like them. They thought they were weird. They were all turmoil. Jesus wasn't coming back, and people started to die. Well, what do we do with people? Well, you invent further and further apocalyptic ideas about and to persecute. Right? Martyrdom becomes the thing you should rush into because it's part of God's plan, right? Part of God's plan. Of course, also anti-apocalypticism would also become enormously influential in many apocalyptic and Jewish ideas, like their appearance in the Quran, the Dajjal of a sort of antichrist character, the Battle of Gog, the main world. Daniel is translated into the book of the Battle of Jesus and the Resurrection of the Dead. These are all apocalyptic ideas. So Islam is also influenced in itself. The answer for that is the same as not included in the Bible. Reason why? There was rebellion. They were tired of that Machi hill. So they fanatics like this, terrorists, and they marginalize it. essentially rabbinical Judaism moves past apocalyptic literature in the aftermath. But fine, folks. Just to say, apocalypticism as a mode of religiosity, I would argue is the most enduring mode of religiosity in the world today. So enduring that apocalyptic ideas have entered even into things like Buddhism, right? Apocalyptic ideas flowing from this tradition have even entered into things like Buddhism. Om Shirinko is a good example of an apocalyptic quasi-Buddhist sect. You may remember them for having poisoned sarin gas in the 1990s. That's part of an apocalypse. Whole. Nearly 15% of people worldwide believe in their lifetime. That's millions of people. And they believe the idea, right? And sects are each part of American religiosity. One can think of it like and other kinds and again, part of the stay in that building was an apocalyptic understanding of history. And of course, that probably led to them being masked by the U.S. government. They have their own hand if you think that that's significant mismanagement. Well, rabbinical Judaism, we're going to look at Judaism specifically, and it has made an enormous impact on world I might even like I said earlier, that apocalypticism as a mode make that argument, I think. The mystic is going to emerge out in that form of mysticism. You also may know the word narrative. But anyway, what I want to put on the screen now are just some recommended reading. If you want to grab these ISBNs, and I'm also going to slide everybody. For the class, so you can have access. But if you want to apocalyptic literature reader, this is by Reddish. The large scholar, interested in Christian apocalypticism of Bernard again, the leading scholar in Christian mysticism, has written a really great book about apocalyptic traditions in the Middle Ages. People like watching the Fior, nuts in the most amazing way possible. And of course, also John Reeves has published another text on Near Eastern apocalypticism, and this actually covers Jewish apocalypticism through the Middle Ages, which doesn't get much play. Most of it, a lot of it's not translated, but Reeves provides a great introduction to that literature, which is also forms of apocalypticism that survive into Jewish apocalypticism that survive into the Middle Ages. So, again, another form of mysticism that emerges from a prophecy, but renovates prophecy to do a phenomenologically different task, to show rather than tell. And show what? The whole plan of the universe. You, as Jew, right, or as non-Jew, maybe as a Roman, how you fit into it. Right? Incredibly important. Christianity, I mean, we all know Christian folks are predicting the world or whatever. None of this is imaginable without the apocalyptic turn in Judaism during beginning in the 4th century. Welcome back, and thank you for joining me as I explore the Buddhism and Kabbalah. Again, free and scholarly content on topics like philosophy, Patreon, or links below. Thank you for watching SFDOT, where we agree philosophy. Gary and Mary wrote and up front that it's going to be hard first. In 1989, a soft-spoken scientist in Nevada went on local television and said something to baffle the world for the next 3 decades. He said that he had worked at a secret government facility just south of 51 in Nevada desert, where his actual job, was to
Thrust in nudes or grams are you getting?
well, here we're still playing around with it.
Back out, everything's over.
Was there ever a moment where you were like, 50%, I might get assassinated?
Because that's why I said we have to look under the car, see if there's something wired in there. I mean, we were afraid. The only thing that I think was the hood where the engine was. So we were afraid to open that, and finally did, but looked over the car, but he's afraid there was a bomb on there or somebody. But as George said, I think they were just screwing with me. And Mario talked a lot with him, and we really spent a lot of time. It's hard to trick. He also kept saying and expressed hard to stay out and I'll try it, and he would start the car because he was like, but you could see was causing a lot of worry, not for you, but for Mario as well. It's like, what the hell is going on? The doors are unlocked again, and why are they doing this? So clearly, you think something's could go wrong. So but whether they were trying to just intimidate me, according to
The sense that they were mob ties, like there was some talk about like sometimes like it's a cartel that exists outside of the state. Did you get the sense? And obviously you're going back and forth from Vegas, and Vegas is kind of a hot spot for that sort of thing. Did you ever get that sense?
not that it was the mob per se,
Yeah,
but it was like these guys were disconnected from the government.
yeah. They were like their own.
Yeah, they were their own cabal.
And you get that vibe. Like even I feel like John Lear was like there's a picture with him and like
Yeah, I don't remember who he is.
he's this FBI agent who was this kind of agent provocateur who was very involved in and stuff, and the sense that whole like the people were the mourn around Howard Hughes, and there was like activity there, and it was like they were kind of like you could see a civilian government calling them and then being like fuck off, goodbye.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly
Right thing.
Yeah.
You think so? Yeah.
I'm 100%.
Yeah, I know because you live in Montreal and there's stuff there, and I'm sure you bumped some people.
Yeah, I always talk about it when I hear about all these government organizations and government secrets and the attack. And I think a lot of researchers and a lot of people researching this should also pay attention to what organized crime did back then, back in the 60s, the 70s, 80s, the 90s. And how those organizations, I'm not saying there is clear where somebody was trying to keep the secret. You can then say, well, these guys will come after you. And that'll scare somebody more than a lawyer will come after you.
That's right. Well, it seems like they were going after marriage, and like it's all black systems, and you look at which is really if you want to enforce something, like that's the way you which is pretty wild. I mean, you see this stuff with the Epstein thing too, where they're just clearly is this distributed kind of compromise system, and it deals with spooky side. I don't know if you're tracking any of this stuff, but like
I started looking into it.
Isn't it wild?
Yeah, it's really wild.
And then he says,
and it's so widespread.
It's widespread, and here's what's crazy: he's interviewed by Steve Bannon and This is at the end of his life, and he goes, "Why Zorro Ranch? Where you put it?" And he goes, "Well, a bunch of physicists were retiring, and so they were kind of aging out, and I wanted to speak with them."
Los Alamos, which was the high energy lab up in New Mexico, was losing all its scientists. And aren't you probably at the Mexico to be near that? Yes, it was the scientists who were going to cut the funding for high energy physics.
You're like, "Oh my God, how
Yeah.
relaxed." DOE, Department of Energy Security, and then you realize, Bill Richardson was kind of the Clintons, and he was the Secretary of Energy, and he's just systematically siphoned American nuclear secrets. Which, and then he goes, there's another email where he said, I killed pawns back in the day, or whatever, and he's talking about pawns and Fleischmann, cold fusion results. And so it's like, what is Epstein dealing with cold fusion? And then he's hanging out at Harvard with the math department.
None of that makes any sense.
Weird.
None of that makes any sense.
Really strange.
I used to drive by the shop. I lived really close to it. I lived in Mexico.
Yeah.
And Victoria's Secret was there. Yeah, everyone knew that as the Victoria's Secret man.
You would drive by all the big.
I mean, not right by, drive up, but drove out. We've had a couple times.
So what do you do for them that are like disbelief? You're like, look at all this bizarre. It's like this cabal is controlling science or something. It's so weird.
It is really weird.
Yeah.
It's just talking about this one guy. He might have been the leader, but there's a lot of people.
Or he might have been an extension of something like that.
Yeah, he could be.
But he was obsessed with the Casimir effect, and he would hold these yeah. He would hold these gravity conferences, and then the very fact that he's saying,
do you know that for a fact?
Yeah, this is all in the emails. This is all a fact.
It is.
There's an old colleague of mine, Eric Weinstein, that
Casimir
has this theory of everything in physics where, it involves gauging gravity instead of quantizing gravity. Beyond my pay grade. But I find it interesting. And Epstein, somehow knew about his theory before, just about anybody else did. And so Weinstein's like, how is Epstein so tight?
I think it's his hobby or something like it was his hobby, and he just had money, so the ability to connect to these.
I think you read his emails, it's like there's somebody behind him who exactly what to look for, but he didn't know. He was like a low. And so he'll say things like, you need to text. Time is much more thing. Actually just a function of the vibration of cesium atom. Like, who's giving you this stuff? And then he's sort of like mining people for the info. Weird.
I mean, did he said that?
He said that, yeah.
Okay.
Which is true.
Well,
it is
an atomic clock.
That's an atomic clock.
Yeah, I mean, it's true. I don't know if that's what, but
Time's
our perception.
Just from a pure novel range.
Yeah.
Like respect installations that are
To describe, I mean,
do you think that
there's
Because if gravity
There's
is off,
organics that are missing from some people.
said, cosmic redshift. The other thing that the Hardheim says is that the cosmic shift. If you look at darkness, it's not one of the four fundamental forces, but it's the
I'm
universe is
not sure
inflating.
dark energy really exists.
Right.
Yeah.
And dark matter.
I'm not really buying either one.
Dark matter's never been detected, but it's just there to.
It's a placeholder.
To justify gravity's weakness.
Yeah.
And then
I mean, to me, I always gravitons were. That's what this. Back on the graviton bandwagon.
Well, gravitons are interesting because as early as the 50s, there's all this like crazy hardcore anti-gravity research, and then it kind of disappears.
Yeah.
We had a bunch of people saying we're going to be gravity. It's the VP at Martin Corporation, AS research for its advanced study, and he was this really wacky thinker, and he worked with Lewis Whitten and probably Townsend Brown, and they would say like it's gonna basically be gravity, and they were Stanley Dessarn, who were famous physicists at the time from Princeton. We're talking about a very clear theory of graviton. So we know how to use it. The two things that come up for gravity, there's a lot of smoke with no fire. Thinking about what you are. Extremely high electric field differentials creating thrust. The second thing is really fast rotating spinning superconductors. Those two things seem to have some.
But is that actually gravity?
So there's another force.
30 years has gone by, and I've kind of been doing my own research. I'm just more convinced that I'm about that.
And anything about that, what do you think you're about?
And it's not
Rabbit clicking the phone or look like.
but I think it's something that works closer to the way you would think in a science fiction movie. You can have gravity and anti, but you really can't. And I think gravity is just an attractive force. I think this other force, you can. So I think it also overlap in this other force. I think it's a unique force. This force.
Next question.
Well, all right. Yeah.
You have.
Yeah.
How have you been?
No. There's no follow-up question.
Okay. Fine. Is there anything kind of high level that you can say as far as your experience? Like, what
No, just duplicate anything.
just duplicate anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm sure I.
Go,
Yeah.
go, go, go.
I'm going to. Yeah.
Have you already gotten this?
Yeah, the thing is just to scale stuff up.
Yeah, okay. What do you hope your legacy is? 200 years from now.
You know who I am.
I don't think that's right, man. Think about it. If there are these, this knowledge that
Be overwritten by people. Look, there's other Bob Lazar and things that are going to happening. All the people that came out since then. People like me. Eventually, some more of this is going to come out, and
they're amazing people now since you first.
Yeah, and there's going to be bigger, more important targets of those guys.
Well, I would put it the inverse. I would say if you have like an army under you, the fact that makes it even more interesting.
Well,
it's more like you'd be forgotten if no one that out.
Now,
Do you hope the
that's a
scientific
true
community
out.
will take that? That's,
But I know exactly what not to do. So it's actually forward.
and you saw one hanging up against the wall.
Wait,
It has one hole. But not two. But yeah, there was just a hole with it out, clearly bent out.
I think it looked interesting. Shot with like a
that's right.
Yeah, no question.
so
Well, that was another directed energy system at any cost is Directive 1 and Directive 2 was be able to disable the system at any cost.
do you
And
think
then that's some sidekick, which is so that's also directed. So
energy?
one of my been yelling I've ever heard prior to that was about the Roswell craft getting hit by lightning, crashing or something. I can see it.
Are there any of these stories like do you think that Roswell happened? Are there any stories you like credence to?
I don't know much the Roswell rather than what I've heard, but it sure seemed they were working real hard to cover something up.
That's
The Roswell crash one crap. It was not in one
Nice
place
story.
only.
it might have been around too.
Yeah. It was
That's right.
in the air. And there's like the beat that went all over Mac Brazel's, and then there was Pause crash. I think it was like 2 miles away. The hikers found it with the kids that were hiking. And so clearly, two different places. The bamboo writing on it. That was a puzzle with the memory metals, and then the pod. The only information we have of that is the bodies, and one of them was already being eaten by some animals.
No way.
Yeah,
How do you speak?
one of them,
Get it, bye-bye.
from what I remember reading at the time, is one of them obviously dead, and he said when
You win a
And
Thank you.
his son, an Air Force flight surgeon, said that he took the material home and he played with the material.
yeah, on the crazy. On the kitchen table with his wife. Yeah.
And here's where stuff gets even crazier. In 1949, there is Contouring Patel Memorial Institute, the Roswell wreckage was rumored to begin. And it's like all, as you know, is basically memory metal. And nitinol was classified, essentially, showed up in a lab in the 60s.
Yeah.
And that's what Jesse Marcel describes the material as.
Yeah, because that's really indestructible stuff.
Yes.
And I remember him saying, right? And it trying to cut into it.
And it just goes to its original shape. And I just actually interviewed.
Yeah, it's one of the. I mean, you can take that metal and flex it 1,000,000 times, and it doesn't crack. It's what I use that in artificial hearts because you could get it just.
Well, and then you have Philip Cordes saying that he helped dole out a lot of this material, and it because of his position, he would peg on like or whatever chief, and so you have this track from 49. Nobody knew what, and then it's
yeah.
It's interesting.
That's really.
The guy who was a witness actually of the Varginha crash in the 1990s, 1996, Brazil, and he says the same thing. He says he had the material in his hands, and he would kind of mess with it and go back into its original form. So, did you ever experience like that? Material that would go back into its original form. Did you hear anything about that?
Oh, no.
Okay. So you didn't hear anything around there?
No.
The materials?
No.
Okay. So that was all.
I guess in the chest, and there was one single organ removed from the chest.
Was that kind of a visceral experience for you? Was that kind of gnarly, or were you
No, I'm looking through, kind of glancing.
There were rumors that the program was going to Indonesia or Southeast Asia. You were leaving?
No, they were anxious to move the project out of there completely. And ideally, they said they would have loved to go out to the South Pacific, maybe Kwajalein Island or something. But they said the expenses would have been so great, it's just impossible. But they just wanted to get. It's just too close.
If you had to guess, do you think that the program is completely out of Area 51 and in some foreign place now?
I don't believe it's there.
That would make sense.
Yeah, I believe it's there. I think that would.
And you discovered team, right?
It wasn't discovered. It's
okay.
So I mean, you can't really say I discovered it.
Okay.
Contribution. It was what I was doing.
Okay.
So yeah, but what I can't say it was just me.
What tech?
Was the was it that we were using? Oh, atomic absorption spectroscopy.
Absorption spectroscopy.
Yeah.
And you did that.
Yeah. I mean, we had the equipment too. We also too.
Wow.
And yeah, it wasn't. Barry was much more familiar with the equipment.
Wow.
But
but you don't know the exact isotope.
No.
Did you know it at one point, like when you discovered it?
Yeah.
You did.
Yeah.
But you forgot the.
Yeah, I have.
That would that.
I know it would really help. It would figure out the
Yeah.
I mean, they discovered one. I mean, they made it. You know, we whatever comes out comes out. It's not like you can go, we're gonna make a specific isotope and make it all stick together. It's just like, you know, it's the old smashing this was watch against a concrete wall. You know, that's it.
If you possibly took a little bit out, though, could you do some of those techniques?
No.
Do it. We don't have
I can't. Yeah, you need it. Well, I don't have it at my house. But that's what you're asking.
But you didn't you at one point maybe take it? No.
Yeah.
So then, but then,
Are we recording?
yeah, but
So no. So no.
okay. Okay.
Yeah.
But then can you figure out the isotope? Theoretically, you did.
Yeah. All I'd have to do is have it again.
See, that's a bummer. I hosted a debate. Eric Weinstein, and Eric Weinstein's his former colleague, and he was a physicist, and then Eric Davis is this other guy in the world who focuses on exotic propulsion. Weinstein said that it was kind of exasperated. He was like, theoretical physics program. But you talk about theoretical physicists talking at us.
Oh, they were exhausted by him, and I think they kept going over. They never got anywhere, and they were looking for let's just do something out of left field. See what we come up with. No, I don't know. That's what made me think this isn't gravity at all. This is a new force entirely.
Yeah. I found interesting too is you said bismuth seemed to have come up. Like that was something.
There is something about bismuth.
You might be starting to notice that conventional proven science. But while I'm talking not only one single element of bismuth, hearing about break down this with something doesn't pour the K factor. Or propulsion you see in town. And Brown's capacitor experiments. Bright's career for high-K material bismuth is his anti-gravity work. There's even RIAS, which is Martin Corporation pre-law gravity modalities. And he says in this interview with the American Institute of Physics, there's a guy named Townsend who claims to have an isotope of bismuth that repelled instead of attracted. Material that works well for historical anti-gravity experiments comes up in the UFO reverse engineering program. But it gets 115, same number of valence electrons. Are the electrons in the outermost atom, the ones determine how an element bonds. Bismuth has 5. Scovium, or element 115, in the same column of the periodic table, which means they have essentially the same chemical personality, the same bonding geometry, same family of crystal structures, the same seed to form the layered compounds that produce the most exotic or described element 14 as the fuel source for the craft's propulsion system. Mind you, this was before element 115 had ever been seen. When it finally was synthesized in 2003, it turned out to be a nictogen, a group the chemical family as bismuth. And bismuth is basically the most alive on Earth, either the most chemically literate lucky guess in history, or it isn't a guess at all. Now here's where the science gets genuinely strange. Bismuth is one of the most unusual elements on the periodic table. Most high-K materials are passive. They sit there, holding charge, and do nothing else. Bismuth is different. It fights back. Exposed bismuth magnetic field being attracted the way iron pushes towards the diamagnetism and Earth more dramatically. Every each other, but as they meld, they enter what physicists call the relativistic regime. They're traveling at a meaningful fraction of the speed of light, and when something moves that fast, the universe starts playing by different rules. At those speeds, Einstein's physics, one careening, hurling, generate a powerful magnetic field just from their oceans. This is so strong that bismuth's electrons magnetically self-aware, generating an opposing field in response to anything applied to them from the outside. So that's why bismuth has anomalous diamagnetism. The electrons aren't just passive, they're pushing back.
The most amazing thing is leaning into it, putting all your nothing at all. And when the reactor's off,
this also makes bismuth a natural topological dopant, meaning when you introduce it into certain crystalline materials, it induces what physicists call topologically protected. These are electron states so geometrically locked into the structure of the material that they can't be destroyed by disorder or impurities. They are, in a very real sense, protected by the shape of reality itself. Element 115, with the same 5 outer electrons as bismuth, would have dramatically stronger relativistic effects. Theoretically be an even powerful topological dopant. Best hosted physicists predict in chalcogenide crystal strips would have to be that bismuth-based topological insulators already prefer. Same electrons. The dial just turned up. Okay, I know what you're thinking. How do you get from this exotic chemistry jargon to UFO propulsion, or a force that bends space-time? Well, here's where the chemistry ends, and bigger begins. In relativity, energy and momentum all form. Energy stored in fast-spinning atomistic electrons, acting in warping the field of the universe around. So incomprehensibly effectively does this began to ask questions in the 90s. What if, instead of spinning randomly in all directions, their gravitational effects can't to noise, you could align them to a single congruent state, all pointing in the same direction. Lee, a physicist who dared to dabble in sensitive and effectively vanished from public view, and the chair of her department at University of Alabama Huntsville, Larry Smalley, was so high conviction in her work that he left with her. Before she died, Lee proposed that in superconductors, materials where electrons surrender individual identities and merge into a collective quantum state of those electrons, normally washed away by thermal chaos, would suddenly snap into alignment. They'd become coherent, directional, gravitative, and elaborate. Let's compare that with Bob Lazar's work on UFOs in the 80s. Namely, his work became public. Lazar described 3 cylinders at the base of the craft. Emitters at the base of Lazar's craft didn't produce thrust in the tradition. They didn't push against air mass. They jet altered the gravitation that the craft would then just fall into. Not a geometry. Craft didn't move through space. In space carried it. That description, organized field-generating device, gravitational effect by aligning and focusing the force itself to zero is almost precisely what Nagel was theorizing in a laboratory of miles away, using completely source material, arriving at exactly the same place years later.
The craft is in operation. There is a high voltage detectable on the skin of the craft.
And then there's the hull of it. He believed the craft's hull material basically a material that permanently stores an electric field. The electrical equivalent of a permanent
The material the craft is made from is an electric. It's always just like it has an electrostatic.
We find high temperature sensor around permanent and magnetic checks pair one with the other. No other readily available material sits at the intersection of diamagnetism, topological insulator behavior, high K dielectrics, electric properties, and multifurling simultaneously. Nuns. In a theoretically stable version of L115 orbits, bismuth, by the time of scobium, you might have full-fledged space-time engineering. And then what's really interesting is Gary Nolan has this magnesium bismuth piece in his lab at Stanford. You need some sort of motive to, in certain cases, have your elements create isotope ratios that you just don't find from and then it all alongside of like an observed anomaly in the sky and a crash, and it was like in the one of which was literally a beach in Brazil, Ubatuba, and the similarity between Brown and Bueller's gravity and Lazar's sports model don't stop there. Brown would use DC pulsing and kind of high climb rates of the voltage, so that the voltage would there'd be a steep climb rate, increase very microseismic guides. Energy.
There's something about bismuth, I think, that's that's undiscovered.
Yes.
And such that we're unable to do because it's at the limit, of our technology.
Bismuth at S4. Bismuth and Brown's experiments. Bismuth's properties in Lee's gravitomagnetic theory. Bismuth as an ideal hull material for UFO exact right. Bismuth samples that Stanford professor Gary is analyzing right now.
The preponderance of evidence now, and the Department of Defense admitting that these things are real. The data is real. Not what there's no conclusions.
Yeah.
The data is real.
There's so much more than there was years ago.
Yeah.
I mean, all these guys are at the cutting edge. Who knows what kind of crafts they're using? But so that's.
Do you feel like on the first migraines, do you feel like you've suffered, like your anxiety levels are higher than they would be?
Yeah. I have heart attacks since I was on broken and my artery gets stress.
I'm sorry.
Face.
I hope you know you should be able to just zone out the world with where you're at in life right now and just enjoy the fruits of this.
That would be cool. I'm so hoping to be able to retire at some point where I don't have to deal with insane customers or I can just sit at home and read books like this.
I think that time is very, very soon, and the best use of your brain power too. Because I want to.
I'd actually like to get
this stuff. Amazing. Well, I'll send you interesting people.
I'll consume everything.
I love it. Oh yeah. Be careful what you wish for. Well, Bob, this was a total honor. You should be so, because I know you were into this stuff. I feel very, very lucky when people say, like, oh, like, you should feel vindicated. They'll say that to me. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I was like, I got very lucky with the timing of, like, when I got into this. But truly, I speak to you, like, there are people like yourself who've been into this stuff for decades. Like thankless, but less than thankless. Ostracized, exiled, laughed at constantly. And to anybody out there, Luigi's cashing in on a movie or fuck off. Like, you don't know what I'm talking about. It's poetic justice and karma that you truly. So I want you to know that. Yeah, man. Do you ever think that we'd be here now? That like we'd be, on the last. You on Joe Rogan with Buster Guy.
When you guys are hanging out. Reading a message from my sister. Veronica has been. It's hard for me to get his legacy succeed because all the into it like existed for Veronica. It wouldn't exist if it wasn't for Emily that was out just taking care of everything. We know what that is. It exists for Vanessa to be doing all this minutia work online and finding all when the foundation and tell her David wasn't for Vanessa and Aaron. This is projected your company tenaciously for over a year and
and we probably can't get too into the weeds, but I'll just say high level. There was some really crazy, scary fuckery that occurred with you on an institutional, like debanking level kind of thing, where it's like what sort of power do these people have as far as the antibodies, how they get you?
Yeah, believable stuff. Yeah, stuff that if you say it, it sounds so crazy that
Come on, yeah. But have you experienced that your whole life? Have you experienced like?
Oh yeah. But I didn't expect this to happen to Luigi.
Yeah.
Not coming from getting, demanding Luigi, we want all your communications on a court document.
On a court document.
Yeah, we were. Yeah.
Have you ever something like, sir, we can't accept your payment here? Like what? Anything like that? It's a little weird.
What do you mean? Can't accept?
Like something like that. Then like there's something going on in the background of some routine thing you're trying to do. Go to a bank.
Or such as we don't want
to deal with you, and you're like,
yeah, I've been things like that happen decades ago.
do you remember?
Nothing now. I don't remember specifically. But yeah, official level is that, you're radioactive. We don't deal with it.
It's tough, man. Well, you found the one gig you can get, which is selling this crazy stuff. Yeah, it's cool. This has been such an honor. I really appreciate you both. And
it's always fun.
Okay, so there were reddish UFOs that have been flying around here. Area 51 since the 80s and 90s that while UFO worked out might use principles similar to documented anti-gravity with very real truths underlying it discovered by those who take the initiative. So if you think there's something to any of this, don't let up. As the first man on the moon, Neil Armstrong once cryptically said, there are great ideas I discovered. Breakthrough to one of truth's protected layer. If you're still watching and you made it through all of the exotic UFO science, you're one of the first to hear about this. We just dropped a new limited merch collection. 2 tees, one off-white, one vintage black, plus hats. The design has a timeless retro future feel. You can wear it every day. If you've been watching the show lately, you've probably already seen me wearing it. This is a lot, so when it's gone, it's gone. Head to AmericanAlchemyWear.com to grab today. And while you're there, Cowboy UFO tee is a fan favorite we always stock, along with the Atomic Age design. Thank you all so much for following and supporting the show.
Capacity all night. Trying to warn the last 40, 50 people door, but like here we are. Let's do fucking military kill Tony. It'll be Friday night. We order, and it's a great time to do it. Yeah, it's awesome. Yeah. Get 25% off a foreign style bouquet for mom using ftd.com/Mother's Day. That's Sunday night, Sunday day. Did you already get something for your mom? I already did it. I got ftd.com for all the females in my family. Thank you very much. Wow. All right, there you go. There's a guy that appreciates. We could arrange that. And we got some feedback. Listen, these are the best Irishmen you guys have in here. Irish? English? No, feedback. We have a new revolutionary. It's giving me the well, not guy. The whole thing under the bus. I feel like I might make fun on him. Anything else? Why don't we bring up our favorite goddamn in the world? How about that? Every single episode, they new characters. I never know what you
someone we've seen in the past, sometimes it's Vegas. Jeremiah. Absolutely dirty sluts. Wow. I didn't realize Brittany looked like Anne Frank. That's over this dirty blonde polka on slut. Hey, you know, happy to be here, Tony. Jeremiah, what's going on? You better bit. Wow, you got a little jigger there. Makes me feel guilty. You have a dual comedy store shirt somebody's wearing. They were dressed like an ex-flip out. Are we able comedians? I'm pretty sure you got. Whoa. No, we can't. I don't think we can make this. Stand strong. Stand soon. Too soon. Guys ready to kill Tony? Bucket is real. We have a real podcast. There are people on people, cigarettes, smoke in the air. I mean, it is as real as it fucking gets. All right, so here we go. You guys ready for this? I pulled the name out of the bucket. Your first Las Vegas, Nevada. Perhaps it's a comedian. Perhaps it's a crazy person. Anything can happen. 60 seconds uninterrupted goes to Chad Polo. Perhaps Poland. P-O-L-O-S. Chad. Stairs over here. Stairs over here. He is. Chad, you can take a shortcut. Just go for it, buddy. Hell yeah. Chad Polo, ladies and gentlemen. Good to be here, y'all. So I know I'm not seeing it. I like to keep positive progress. Unfortunately, all my neighbors are not. And some just ask me to marry. But at the same time, I want to be focused on that instead. I'd rather be focused on positive. My ex-girlfriend used to, it was just fun. It's like, okay, so I keep thinking about it. You're probably going to have a fucking miscarriage. Let's do this. Anthony Jeselnik. Chad, how long you been on stand-up?
Back after year break. About a year before that, not a year break.
You say she just came back out. You're talking great.
Because I took a year off for that year.
Second. Wow, look at you. Holy shit.
That body is so charming.
Oh my god, you're like a pro wrestler. You're like Roman Reigns. Like a
I appreciate that.
wow.
I know.
Roman Reigns, like you're like a smart. Like a guy that like specializes in smart shit.
I hear diet is, but he looks a little tough.
Chad, you're like a guy that spends a lot of time in places you can smoke inside. What's that tattoo there on your shoulder?
I got when I was in the Army.
Oh, the Army? Oh, yeah, it's an American hero, ladies and gentlemen. Make some noise for Chad. What did you do in the Army? Where'd you go?
Twice. Did you board anyone?
Hold on. Wait. Jesus. Let's soften him up a little bit. You know, he's a professional interrogator. Did you ever get any terrorists into some crazy?
Most of it was just like stupid stuff. I did more stupid bombs.
You know, like, wait, are you talking about this? Sorry to do that, but American hero. Sorry, I feel bad because you were in the Army. If you're lucky you're in the Army, I wouldn't feel bad at all. But I'm the same guy. Here we go. We have a little audio footage of you back in the Army. Yes, a lot of sonar work with the Army. We all know they're deep sea. Army. Right, very good. Hey, you do it for work.
Yeah, we're on the spectrum up down.
You said you're retired? Oh.
Should be.
Oh, I saw your string. Your string's hanging out. Oh, there you go. Wow. So, Chad, how's the real estate going? Selling.
I actually just started. I got hired. I take my exams this week, and then I start going.
Oh, it's the agent. Look at a place like money like that with a guy that wears muscle shirt. You get a lot of buzz.
Well, now it's all fucking words about like high school shit. Go back to that pretty good.
Wait, what? Hit me, baby, one more time. I don't even know what happened there. Chad, if you would guess, like, what the thing is most interesting, it's like a little fun fact to have. Like, oh, I jumped and skydive at the same time. That thing, he can do.
Or just
Open up to the crowd a little bit. Let them see you. Come on, let them soak you in a little bit. I don't know what you just said, but has anyone ever told you that you look like this character?
Puerto Rican.
Oh, you're Puerto Rican. I guess so. Alright. Chad, can I get an answer out of you? What's the most interesting? about him. What language do you start speaking? Did anybody decipher that? The sound guy sings when he's drunk at the Irish pub. Another middle finger. This guy just flips the bird more than anybody. Oh, double bird! You son of a bitch! I'm surprised they got over in England. You know what I mean? First time eating real slippery. What? First time eating slippery. That's not really 3 years. Oh shit! Did I get an answer? What was that miscarriage? What was that miscarriage joke about? So I'm making sure everyone knows that. Well, Chad, I love the fact that you're doing some comedy. You know, goddamn American heroes. So keep working it out. There's an open mic here every Monday at 8. They told me. So. Just met him here right now. Okay. Well, how about I present to you to do a brand new minute of stand-up comedy. You know him. You're a regular on Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Malcolm Hatchet. I want a Ferrari. It's triple. Like I want to be the man that goes to the White House. Hey, nigga, what's the Wi-Fi? I want to be blue, rich like that. And I want my merchandise to be plain white. Hood shit. Another one. Malcolm Hatchet. Another. He came all the way from LA today. Malcolm Hatchet. Malcolm, how does it feel to be out here in Vegas? I love it. Feel driving in a red Vegas. Well, I'm looking at the humps. It's so cool. Traveling with you.
look at you on the window, the babies start rising.
Back to the bucket we go. Vegas, here we go. Anything can happen. Let's see. All right, here we go. Put your hands together for Bridget Renee, an uninterrupted 60s.
My life, this is a real bad idea. So you should right now, and I have this one. How are you guys? Come on in. All right. Yeah, I'll tell you a little bit about myself. I want to keep it upbeat. My mom was a single mom, and she raised me. She fucking worked full time. You know, so on the weekend she would dance with friends. You know, I remember being like a little girl and being like, "Mom, what did you do? What did you do?" But in her defense, I mean, it was probably hard for her to understand me and grow up duct tape. I don't know about you, but I watch a lot of porn. I'm just really happy that. Yeah, ladies, like, you know, like, first of all, I don't feel like my boys.
Yeah.
But I will do a dog tape.
Wow. For a while. Bridget Renee.
Sure, why else would I want to try to get my
Whoa, guys, relax. Hold on. Looks like a remake McIntyre. That may have been the greatest Joburg chant. Powerful dive bar. All right. Bridget, first question. You are normal though. How long have you been in Las Vegas?
Since 2013.
2013.
Yeah.
Actually,
St. Louis.
Missouri.
Missouri.
Okay.
Yeah.
Malcolm.
She looks like Tanya Harding. She sharded. Oh my god. She looks like a really nice lady, guys. You can stop cheating on her. Alright, beware. He's drinking with some Malcolm Hatchet. No, I got one. You look like Reese.
I'll get there.
I like your style though. You want no bra. You have like cool, like curvy tits,
Well,
right?
I thought you guys be fucking nicer to me if I didn't wear a bra.
Well,
I was just kidding.
you have no idea how mean we would have.
I sent resumes out and went out to Intel and Rabbbi the day. And anyway, he remembered and somebody to contact DG. And that's a great time. So you get a phone call. Well, I got a letter initially and went down for an interview probably a couple times. And it was down at EG Special Projects, which is at the Karen Airport at that time out in Las Vegas. So I had tell her it was like a direct that this person will be interviewed for that particular job and bottom line. So yeah, he did hit me. That's exactly allegedly, obviously, I didn't see this, and I don't know if this is what I was told. I was hired. That were killed while working on one of the crabs. Apparently, they, for whatever reason, cut open and really reacted. I was probably there 6 months, 4 months, something like that. If I remember. And what they retroactive that I got that would have predated or that didn't predate my paycheck, and because I was as I actually worked out there, and that's what there's a small amount of money on that check. It was because I don't even think the wife at that time, Tracy, knew how much his check was for, and he showed me the amount the check was when he received it, and when he received the W-2, it had the same amount on it, whereas if I was trying to false information, that would be where the nickel was. In fact, if the W-2 falsified for information or whatever, or even if it's true, whoever did make that W-2 didn't know how much Bob was on it. Long suspected that if government employers use the technique to prevent him from this much as mimic conscious memories, filters, and other technology, which is why he sought out tech.
Was explode and certain things.
It's not all over these days for the person, but I seem to be honored at death right on my arm. That's the best way I can say I'm going to do it. Came in here the very first day, and he said, I saw it then. This guy said, he's toward me. I said, listen, so they already did that. The first day there, I went in and I think my first stop was to go to the medical office. There was a nurse in there. I'm pretty sure it was my first stop. And I had to go through the I was told for allergen tests. Yeah, they took my arm and drew a graph on it. Tried some viral drug test over the email how they corrected was scratched around his arm and then they got some line like that. Takes time to be put in a dimensional square like that. And pricked area in my arm was different needle. And in fact, I was not permitted back to work, I think, for 2 weeks. So there was a reaction, or there was a reaction, but any of the substances they put on my skin, and they pretty much some extreme exotic materials there that we're not all that familiar with, and we want to know if there's going to be any problems. And I was also given an injection too, which was a wide spectrum, what's it called? And I was wide spectrum antibiotic. And so it's good to know they're shooting me. I said, now, I mean, I'm sure we can get into later. The desire for anyone just holding on. That was because they were mainly concerned about you're dealing with actual extraterrestrial material. And if we're going to be crawling around parts of it, imagine break it out, real fast. Now, I think it did develop a small project somewhere, but it was nothing to be concerned about, or so I was told. So we just proceeded from there, and they started to be experience, which so they say, they reset the agreement, and they take and look at it and stuff like that. They said at each different steps of the clearance, and so the company of 16 or so. You know, there's a group of people suing the government's effort for what they did at and that is a trial. That's a way now. So indeed, there is pretty exotic material up there. So, and in the tapes,
Actually saw 30 hours
getting around the 40-foot range, somewhere in there. Originally, we said you're 30 feet back here. Right, should just come out. What we did is scaled them and essentially reconstructed the entire craft that way. And, dimensions, everything matched. So I think the final ones came out to about 52.8 feet, 16 or 15.2 feet high. Can you describe the 72-foot craft to me? Center level of this disc also houses the control consoles and seats, both of which are too small and too low to the floor to be functional for adult human beings. On that. Was there a pilot seat? There were three around dead center. And then equidistant, there were three seats. After the panel had been transparent for a while, which was unlike it began to appear in the transferway, and I was never informed how all of this was achieved. It would have required in one of the things they said hidden gain from the craft. They really didn't think how, but that the correct articulated star system, which is apparently a binary star system that you can only see from the southern hemisphere. That's really interesting. Actually, it did say from information gleaned in investigation of this craft, they said that how it was part of this thing I've learned about thus far was brought here by some alien beings from the Ziggular 1 and 2. These stars are the constellation of Rabbbi. Can only be seen from the southern hemisphere, particularly as a binary star system, which means it has two stars, and is located approximately 30 light years apart, which is the indicated that this was from the Zeta Reticuli star system. I mean, now part of some sort of archaeological thing. Now, I don't have an evidence that you can read anything like that, but it yeah, that's the feeling I got. Have you ever where they got it? They must have vary. I think at least one is part of an archaeological dig. So it's at least one of them is full. I don't know if it was the one I worked on, but I remember something to do with an archaeological dig. So that's that means it's not just old. Supposedly the craft archaeological, and that dope was unusual. The only place I ate was that area. So there was a cafeteria. There's the cafeteria and the lunchroom. No, because I eat out there. Bob went past the lunchroom. You got the one waiting for the bus. Like snack shop cafeteria. Point them out. Yeah. Everything until he says, I've been to. He says, I've never been past the lunch window. I never did see Evan inside. I never did see any place to eat. I never asked. Maybe, like I said, it's late.
I really was under Easter here. There's one. What's his name?
I don't know if he has it. He's at his school.
Bob shakes his head.
I think I saw it. But when did you think that you saw it? I was walking up and it's still here.
Percent sure it wasn't totally clear. Describe you didn't see him.
I thought it was the back of it. He was facing two guys.
Two guys were leading to your scientists. Did you recognize either of the scientists? Did you remember seeing them before or since? Why else? Did it have to do with the conflict in 1979?
That's what I think. But I never thought he was a child. I thought he was a small child. And when of course I let John Larry said that was an animal.
I remember a particular evening. January. She is fine. Bright, he said, John, you would never know what it's like to your first alien. And he described the circumstance walking down this hallway being like buying gym cards. And they had coming up, going down the hallway and looking through this. It was not exactly a real drawing that he drew. He said it was a 12-by-12 window and they had wires running through it. There was two scientists facing white lab coats. Gray. It could have been a down. But he said no. It was
I don't know if it was a spy, but it looked like it was in land. So, anyway.
And today, that's all about that. He says, well, that's what John's but I don't remember myself. I remember the night it happened, and I remember going out and him being pretty drunk.
I have no idea. Guys, I'd say there, but I can't say that. I don't think you bring your kids to it could be a big relationship.
That's the later. And he could dad inside.
And see what's what I believe to be
The chest was covered in a teeth fashion. One single large remove being weighed. No, it came on. The probably come from the stress system. I say that you really wanted to. About 38 years from here. And I've been recording in the document that were read by
and the late net day in looking at it, pile of documents, and you had some the TV. That's how it all started. Gene, we called National Appraisal Service down on Eastern Avenue. Cameras and
Just to correct, a couple things is that when Tracy went with us out there in the motorhome, I didn't know about the affair at that time. And then I don't quite remember what when the last trip when we went out there and we were standing out. And it was so incredibly dark. There's the whole back of the vision was a laugh and like a cat in the car. We started with the holy shit. But I can probably go back to that car, pull the phone and the people on it about what I was over to spite people on it. Anyway, the next day, I really didn't think that I was coming back from there. In fact, I thought it was so unusual that we were taking my car, and that I don't think I've ever mentioned that before. That about how much that concerned me because I thought that we were taking my car. I knew they were taking me down there, and like that. And anyway, the fact that we were driving in my car is what petrified me the most. It really started attacking me nasty and just really got the fast forward again, it was mainly tested. And I was really surprised I was allowed to go home. I don't know what their mindset was. I don't know if they know how everything was going to play out, or I didn't know what was going on. Eventually, after I left the project, never really going.
crap, and maybe some stuff's all over the news. They'll just leave you alone. Maybe your way of kind of pushing back. John Lear's an interesting man, an interesting association with various intelligence agencies. When I initially began my UFO documents, trying to interest our managing editor in doing about UFO. You're like Captain John Lear. He dropped the pile of documents on my desk. I read it. I thought, well, that might be an interesting subject, something change of pace for the show on the record. So I had John on. And all of a sudden, my phone, people want to know, hey, what's that UFO guy? You're going to have that. I had him on again, and I had him on a time. And each time the response bigger. And I'm wondering what's going on here. I didn't understand the way in which this touched the public, but it did. And so I started reading up. And then that third show, John had hinted to be one more, as it turns out, in a place called S4. So, May 1989, we have this shadowy interview with a guy named Dennis, and it was just sort of circumstance that it happened. I was angry with us at the time, and our regular schedule. Yes. On us. I called there and said, hey, we need a fill-in. Do you think you're a saucer guy? And sure enough, I believe I contacted David Grayson here. Something Grayson, you guys, we did do it in the air. They'll be afraid to talk to you. Afraid to do anything. That's I'll do anyway, or this thing ran. Everything was different for me, for Bob Lazar, for Area 51. In essence, vacuum off of that. First of all, I got into the project began with it. For a new fighter aircraft, and believe that UFO things that were just, the last out as far as I was concerned. So, tired. I dreamed about, well, reflection last night when the interview that night. I got admitting that there were 9 crafts out there that they were actively back engineering. Yeah, everything to duplicate the power and propulsion system of the craft where it was. Going back to the discs. They use apparently to help something or another. That goes beyond the elements, is that correct? Yeah, element 115 Well, there's another level to that. It's just assumption is always golden for a variety of reasons. How you did have a piece I work. Can you describe and one reason I know about it is because I was there one night when you did a test that I personally saw it. Get it. Didn't steal it, did you? You know, I'm just not. You did have a. Because not some of the material is the native there is essentially raw. Material is it has to be machined into discs. These discs have to be stacked up and cut into a close shape. Along the long axis of it, it's going to close down. I know what they're doing. Apparently, they think that they're developing fine armor. And having worked in Los Alamos around the area, that's how I have 115. How much did you get away with? I have degrees in physics and electronics technology. I worked in a number of scientific programs, some of which require top secret and above top secret security clearances, of which the most valuable is my early 1980s job here at the Los Alamos Mason Physics Facility in Los Alamos, New Mexico. That's why I saw, the degree from MIT, the degree from Cal Tech. And I put him, just behind my desk, but never saw him again. That were going to MIT and Harvard told me that he never claimed that he got a degree. He did go up and sit in on some of the classes. His friends at MIT. sound ridiculous. hours, 15 minutes. 1 hour and 5 minutes until entry. 12, still asleep at this time. Scheduled sleep period is a friends to around last time 208 hours, about another 5 hours from now. Current velocity 3,689 feet per second relative to the Earth. Distance from Earth 177 nautical miles. Spacecraft out of the dome. Things are that quiet here in Mission Control. Operation Control. The green team had a flight director, Cliff Chelsworth, settled in for the night. And at 203 hours, 16 minutes around the last time, this is Apollo Control. This is Apollo Control. 204 hours, 36 minutes around the last time, we're positioned. Hours, 44 minutes away from entry. Velocity 3,164 per second. And at North's time, this minutes per hour is 39, 12. Distance from Earth, 144,597 nautical miles. Velocity now 3,866. And 206 hours, 22 minutes around the west. Play back a few seconds of tape and rejoin in the ensuing conversation live. Update your flight plan is to scratch wastewater dump. This is Apollo Control. Apollo 12 now exactly 140,000 nautical miles out from Earth. Velocity steadily building up, 3,991 feet per second. To recap the message that we done earlier, talking to Mission Control, it was to Rear Admiral Davis of the USS Hornet, which is a covering vessel for Apollo 12, south of Sig. Dear Red Dog, Apollo 12 and 3. Expect PIM, point of intended movement. As we have energy, only one pass, and L. Continuing to monitor the pick up any further conversation. Requested yesterday, we got 3 scout at your B23. Scout number 223 and 3 and 3. Just 114 hours. We're gonna slip another high gain antenna test at you. Start the antenna test attitude, which is 050. It is 0. Yeah, 69er. Their high gain angle, our pitch, hot 9er, 3. Use half an ingredient. The test will last approximately 4 hours. Depending on estimated silver in the order last complete to land up here B23, which is presently scheduled at 207, and I got the angles on here ready. Okay, should have been ahead here. Those angles and the stars are all the same as what I already. At the same 120 hours. That's a long best we've had yet. camera was unwilling to let a woman's hair fit. Think of that. Okay, Washington, the Senate Appropriations Committee under Senator Fulbright has decided to go ahead with a series of hearings next month to help the administration what is the wisest future procedure for the Vietnam War. Bills and resolutions introduced by both Hawks and Doves. On Jerusalem, second BC, and for the fourth time this week, killing intimidating countries are very concerned about our entities and acknowledge that U.S. commanders are sending out smaller units on sweeps. In Los Angeles, at the regional headquarters of the Alcoholism Council, a telephone installer exchanging phones and routine calls with a council staff member. Equal as the guy, you better get over here. Taken two calls, one sounded pretty desperate, any longer than another call again. Out of Washington comes word that the new 400-passenger jumbo jetliner will not bring immediate fare cuts until 1974 and beyond, according to a CAB staff study. The report cited two factors: the high cost of introducing the new airplane
Hooked up with brothers. Wow.
Good. Pretty good. Yeah.
Did you have to
I
make
feel bad
that?
about myself.
bridges. Well, nice to meet you. There she goes, Bridget Renee. Pull out of the bucket. Anything can happen. We're doing everything but the depression. Alright. Robert Wood. Robert Wood. Alright. This is also my very first time in Las Vegas. He was going to be very hot now, very swimsuits. I wanted to look at things. It was not going to happen. I'm freaking out the whole way. He knew I was. Robert Woods. There he is. Yeah, that's right. Wow. I'm so glad Wizard gave you that cringe. My God. Oh, thank you. Really. I mean, I don't even know where to fucking get with this. I don't know which one you are. The lion, the witch. You play with your yeah. It gets in the way. How you a little sassy? Do you like the I can tell you only like to perform in places that have fans. So you really fuck with it. Wow. Robert, when you said your first time in Las Vegas, where are you from? You look like you're the king of Prime of Thrill. You travel long and fall for that night in Las Vegas. The king of Grim went to be on. He put his hair up in a tie, got in his convertible, and drove away. Oh, yeah. Where are you from? Seattle. Oh, okay, that makes sense. It's like you're actually scared. It's like the eyes of a goddamn eagle, right? Okay. And then the yellow brick road. Seattle right now. You call Chinese? Very frequently. Yeah, you saw that this was all happening at once. You're like, fuck yeah. Are they like, all around their hairs now? Just you're the hair guy. Absolutely. You would hair blow them out of the water. How long do you spend on that thing? What is that? Yeah, very little time. Oh, that's the biggest bunch of bullshit I ever in my life. If you put your time since I've met you, I'm pretty sure you know something. I know. You have more air conditioning than Vegas air conditioning. It's actually just a really stupid name. Yes. Alright. Stand up. Seattle? No, it's your first time ever going to Seattle. There you go. You have the mustache of a man that's been doing it 45 years. So, very exciting for us. Every time he puts his hand through his hair, you should have a sound effect for that. It's like every fucking 10 seconds. But don't think too much of it. Robert, so let's just jump into it. What do you do for work? I'm a claims adjuster. Pretty small, we only service. This company clearly is Geico because you're the caveman. Right? So easy, even you can do it. So what are some fucking do it? For the father, like, he's still coming. Just get to the way. You need to cut it. No. If you want to do that, your whole thing. Do you want to hear that for the rest of your life? Alright, so what was that? Your hit. Here in Vegas? Oh no, you're in Seattle. We don't serve people to that. They don't know for us. There's no So, in the tier, the guy that you're defending, or are you defending? Well, it sounds like you're lying. I've been doing since you come into tonight. What did you do last night? I know that you spent the rest of your time hungover. I got a next, you know what I mean? Oh, it's your. Can you remind me what the Mexican you mean exactly on the scientific conference? That's what I was requesting. Here in Vegas. No, we're just around thinking about places. Just thinking about go on some rides, maybe. Roller coasters. Fremont, walk around the Great Arches thing. Do you play music? I do. Yeah. With the bass player? Guitar. And wow, really? What's that? Spicy tuna. Spicy tuna. Oh, I would have thought it was spicy tuna. Spicy tuna. I thought it would have been called. No, that one guy. No, that's Haggard. Oh, yeah, I thought he looked like Haggard. He looks like another Harry Potter. Oh, okay. Beach Pops, kind of like that. Yacht rock, kind of. You guys have kind of garage rocky, punky. You give us a sample, like one of your lyrics. Would you guys like to hear a little? Come on, give them a little something here. Wow. Some people call it pop, everybody else calls it unlistenable. Careful, Tony, you might put them on. Oh, that's right. Wow. So how long has this migration has been together? A couple of years now. Going into our third year, like 2 years. You guys ever in Seattle? Oh, in Seattle. They hurt a bit. It's literally it's close. You ran away from Ryder, not just Forrest Gump. And Big Bubba. Prisoner of Azkaban. It's a pleasure to meet you. Mount, anything else for Robert? What do you think about this guy? Robert, out there? This time ever going to stand up? Raciest hands in the business. Ooh, this looks like a really interesting game. I'm excited to see what this person is like. Spyro. Spyro. What's up, everybody? Thank you. Vegas. I tell you, I told her one time, she's like, "Girl, let's go to a strip club." Fuck it. Let's go. Check this shit out, right? So I come over a couple hours later, my pockets were filled with $half ready to go. I figured she'd appreciate that shit, you know? Nothing get off, sir. I want reagent the midget. Reagent the midget. And I'm like, I made a mistake. I see Bridget, she's caught a balls like a fucking koala claw. And then going down, she looked like Mario at the end of the level of flagpole, you know? Started off in the club, it was fucking. Thank you, I'm Spirit. Fuck yeah! Spirit, diabolic. Fuck yeah. You are one of my favorite comedians I've ever seen that is all Brian Red Band. Even him, exact same look. Look at that. You must have played hockey too, right? You guys have to give a hug to each other and have to bow a little. I also think you guys would get stuck to each other. Are you an Audi belly button? What if he was an Audi? Wow, look at that. You guys interlock. Yeah. Like an IKEA furniture. I didn't recognize him out of his umpire here. Very good set. Got it one more time for Spire.
Is that your real name, Spyro? Hero. So like the vice president. No, mix it. Oh, we all us kill Tony. Yes, sir.
And,
2 years, improv about 13 years.
13 years.
Yeah.
Going in from all here in Vegas.
I started in LA and now I'm here in Vegas.
How long have you been here? Wow. You come out here.
For a while.
You're not a gold born.
Y'all like semi-pro. Do you like it here in Vegas so far? It's not bad. It's kind of ups and downs, just like anywhere else.
What's one of your favorite things to do? What do you like to do to have fun here?
Gamble a little bit, sports betting, filmmaking, all that kind of good stuff.
What kind of
There's some dramas there.
you can film some crazy porn out around here.
That's true.
And I'm just talking about the British guy, the sound dude. You know what I'm talking about? Talking in their wet finger. I know what you do with that dirty finger, dude. Another one, you just missed the taste in it. It's out of control. I love this style. You're fucking rock and roll, dude. Oh, one more time for the badass fucking 7-year-old in the sound. Sorry I keep calling you that fast. You hang out in the class rock club with cigarettes, smoke and shit. I fucking yeah, exactly. So Spiro, what do you do for fun? Like you, girlfriend?
Yes. Got a girlfriend?
How long have you been with her?
4 years now. 4 years.
What was the,
I mean, the midsection got a little bigger over the years, but it's high school. We play hockey, fucking squat, position, the whole game. So,
yeah, that was it.
It's an athletic sport.
Yeah. You look like you've definitely done some time with penalty box for icing. And by icing, I mean fake icing. Oh, yeah. I think that hockey joke, I've never gotten to do one of those. And I think you're wrong for you.
30.
Did you get the
I got a couple. I wasn't a fighter, but
never mind. Shit. Wow. My shit just got real. You were doing like you were
fun fact about me.
13 years of experience, and you were on stage doing an interview in your hometown. Yeah. One live podcast in the world. What would you
stand man, before I dated my girl, I took girl wearing lingerie that made me join with both.
Vegas?
This was in Vegas, yeah.
Of course it is.
What did you do? Well, the girl didn't seem cool with it, so I just stuck with the girl because I wanted, but you know,
Bad decision,
I know, I fucked up.
On the nose, for the mom, the girl that takes up just end up eating their ass, shooting up for lost ground. You know what I'm saying? Mom, your girl was again, you never stop them. Awesome.
Tony, school.
Really, so, yes. In the class, you look to fuck the girl that you're gonna get fucked anyway. Because you
might not get to fuck the mom again. Yeah, this has been another episode of Tony and What do you think, Spiro? Malcolm, any thoughts on this?
Stand up to yours. Yeah. Still got her mom. I got her.
There's enough whores in this audience. You don't have to hold me against the mom, right? I don't know. The mom sounds like fucking. I want the mom. Malcolm wants the mom. The mom looks like she'd be a regular here. So that's. Can I just say I really like your space work.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate it.
Spiro, it was nice to meet you. Congratulations, your first appearance ever on Kill Tony. I'll see what happens here. And bye. There he is. Fucking pissed off when people can't admit the shit that they like. This guy's making comments. But, hell doesn't seem so bad because I've heard people talk about having kind of a lot, and I never heard anybody once mention about getting laid. And like, yeah, down in hell, there's supposed to be torture, but the definition of kind of changes if your dick's hard. Right? Thank you. There it is. From Guttertown to Anthony. That was about born with a name like Guttertown. I just say Guttertown Anthony Fox roadies that we've ever had. You have lived a full life. There's still a chance that you might be free or something like that. 32. Are you fucking serious? Wow. That Edward Chase almost. You like if meth did meth and then fuck it. You know what I mean? Just because it was there. Edward James almost. That is true. That is true. I'm not as Irish as Oklahoma. John back to the God. Wow. I didn't know meth made a face lotion. This is can you tell? Look. So you guys had a lot of fun in your young life, right? Yeah, that's yes sir. Do you want to talk about that at all? Sure. Man, yeah, girl. Yeah, I love Stockton. Shout out to our friends that did. Yeah, there's much to do out there, but don't really do. I used to do years past. Wow, Steve, there you go. I love proactive approach to your show business. I can't afford that shit. Anthony. The other town Anthony. You pronounce my last name Gomez, but it's fucking lame ass stage name. Hate explain it. The other town is other town's not a lame ass. What the fuck are you talking? I don't want to go to a lame ass stage. Make my first other town. No, you do. You short film. Listen to Sahara right now. Oh, listen to the rumbles. I feel like I get a good answer. People just yelling. Chaos is in the middle of it. Wow, what's up there? What's your neighborhood like? What are these people all loading about? Oh, you get murdered up there? Really? Drugs? I'm fucking up. Sure. You know, sure. That's says the guy that's for all of it. How far do you have? 20 minutes? Hard cross tour. Yeah, you are a little Mexican. A little Mexican, a little Spanish, a little this, a little that. I'm an American. How old are your 4 daughters? 11, 10, 8, and about. Wow. 11 and 10, back to back. Cream pie. I guess so. That's the method if you want 4 don't talk. That's oh, okay. Do you secretly hate her? Which one? Oh, my stepmother. Well, I mean, it seems like you secretly hate one of your daughters after that answer. I thought he meant mine. Which one? I just assumed he was talking about my ex-wife, like, of course. What's the worst thing your ex-wife has done to you? She fucked her. Wow. And dad died, now it's the bathroom right now. Oh, fuck. God damn, Hummer. Yeah, he was supposed to be my best friend. He's quite the sex symbol. Yeah. Wow. So how'd you find out that she fucked your drummer? Told me right when I woke up one day. I woke up and she's like, "Hey, I got something to tell you." I'm like, "Pretty fucking day." She's like, "It hit really good. He banged it out." Fuck yeah. You just heard a click track going in the other room. You want it for a rim shot and rim shot. She gave him head. What's the snare at? They run or like that. What were you in this thing? I sang it. Really? Like a car. Keep nothing crazy. Come on, here he is.
All right, Gutter Town. Well, I mean, very fun stuff. How long? Did I ask you how long you been doing stand-up? Twitter, his pimples just popped on stage, ladies and gentlemen. A little fun pulled out of the bucket. I found before tonight's show. I think we talked about your second time, third time on the show. I found out tonight before the show, smoking out the back, that Malcolm signed up for the bucket for 5 months every Monday without getting cool. Whoa! Crazy cool. Never. Here's the one. Anything can happen. Put your hands together for Mark Rolo. Whoa, here he is, right in the front. Look at this. Mark Rolo, everybody.
Yeah, so today from the
Wait, what?
That was 30 seconds.
Finish it. Do something. Do something. No, Malcolm, no. You better fucking figure it out real quick. You better stop telling yourself what you're gonna do and do something right now. All right, your time's up. Forget it. Wow, 30 seconds. That is worst performances in the history. Come on, dude. How dare you? You look like, and this hurts because you seem like a competitive guy. Clearly, at one point, were a professional figure skater, and now, what is that? Why only 30 seconds? You did as much as you earned.
I got thrown. The other two people were the first
I like your style, Mark. A rough your second time ever on stage. Where was your first time?
2 years ago in New Orleans.
2 years ago in New Orleans, and you're from New
I did 3 minutes.
That was right, and then you decided, what was that, 2 years ago?
More.
You said, I'll stay perfect. Website. You're not going to help.
Not the fun guy, right? The annoying guy.
No, I'll lie. Say,
Okay.
anyways, what do you do?
What's the secret? Is there a big event? Sounds like
Kill Tony in the dive bar. You know what the fuck I'm talking about? Shark neck.
I'm a whiskey guy.
Really? Whiskey straight? Come on, Mark. We all. Alright. What's your favorite kind of whiskey? Yeah, the English five guys clapping both hands over his head. Fuck yeah. Wait. Everybody stop. Hold on. Mark just said very profound. You just said the words. Can you repeat that for this? And look out at them.
I have a feeling.
But you didn't. So what do you mean? Like it was either going to happen or you weren't going to get the button?
I wrote this on the plane, actually.
You just remembered it, Jeff? Fuck yeah. 30 more, everybody. This better be the funniest 3 seconds in the history of the show. No, just kidding, Mark. Come on, let's get it. It's Mark Rock. It's like member.
I couldn't jack off after, 3-hour flight. There's latest book. There's a lot of he said, she said, bullshit. I got a lot happening.
Fuck yeah. For those of you listening to the podcast, he actually did just stage dive at the end of that joke. And, he's now on the ground, unconscious. Everybody out of the way. He's taking a piss on him. Fucking awesome. So, what makes you want to do stand-up comedy? Like, what makes it feel? So, you came here specifically for Kill Tony? Oh, that's fucking awesome. Hell yeah. You know what, Mark? You're one of my favorite performers of the night so far.
You know what? Another 30 seconds.
Yeah. Alright. You know what? Actually, can't be funny at all. Actually funny. So let's see, I've defined one first.
Welcome back to another episode.
But I want to do one too. Okay.
The note is nice to be one of the top young rising comedians.
Fuck yeah! Fuck yeah! Wait up. Fuck yeah! Branding and right there, but okay, hold on a second. Oh, come on, do it again, Mark. Oh, wait. Here we go. Okay, so
You're tired. Tomorrow, this is taking a while. Yeah.
well, maybe I don't want to do a show after this. That's right. Asshole. All right, just read. Yes. Okay, good. Read it naturally. That's good. You can fucking do it.
OJ supporter are never like Jews. They deserve it. If you're really close to black friend like I am, they'll tell you that Nicole Brown Simpson was
That's a joke that both I wrote and I will never have.
why did he sound like a use cast you're eating. Another use if you believe in O.J. Simpson. This dude looks hardly. Perfect English. You were driving out of time. Hold on.
Can I tell you something? Have you ever watched the comedian? Why don't you relax? What I wrote?
I love immigrants with accents. Time I had an Uber driver, and I was talking to him, and I asked him, what's he do? He said, yes. People like springtime vacation. And I remember feeling I had an Uber I was talking to. I asked him if he had a busy day. He said yes. Many young people out, I believe they are having their springtime vacation. It's something we've never done on this show. And it's a perfect. Good luck reading a red My diary. All right, here, my two. That's your life. All right, come on. We're gonna set the stage. Are they real that no one ever touches them? What did you say? I said, are they really love handles if no one? Okay. Here we go. For my nose. Mark over eating a joke that red man. So I have a black iPhone. It's not good at water. Okay, now Malcolm is I don't even know what you said, but it was. Well, yeah, we're on Real Sunday tonight. Let's keep flying. creator of the bucket of destiny in Hollywood, California. One favorite game was Undertaker. Tony, one more time for Ichabod, and then you take it away. Ready for summer. This is the building chokes right around the corner. It's going to go up to 130 degrees. And I'm going to crawl into my bedroom, and I'm going to crawl in my bed, and turn on the TV, turn on the air conditioner. Brother continuously for 3 months. Hell, like, I might have been around like Big Brother. No, I'm gonna get rid of this. Look at that. Ichabod. This the second time or the third time he's talked about how he loves Big Brother. Do you enjoy that show? Because it seems like hold on, yeah. Yes, you watching I watched live absolutely. I know how nervous you get and how much pressure you put on your body. And let me just tell you, I can't tell you how cool I think it is. You just had like the second best set of the night up here. You know, Ichabod's a badass motherfucker that we put on the show a few years ago. Got pulled out of the bucket. Told us he was a big fan. To travel with his. You guys are into a whole bunch of crazy shit. Cocaine and fish sticks and absolutely weird stuff. And for those of you listening to the podcast, describe or have if death died and then got a plastic surgery and they got his life together times. He looks like he runs the fan club for Sabrina. I like that. Good show. Guy with years of improv didn't roll with shit as well as Ichabod is throwing up right now. I fucking love that. He has 400 years of guys, be nice to him. Yeah, Malcolm. I thought Baltimore was going to do this. For those of you that don't know, Ichabod, you run the karaoke show out of here every karaoke. Oh, you run. Karaoke since the 1500s. Praise and worship the King and Redeemer of the most vital focus DJ. I'll just skip you. I would have seen some of your favorite songs to DJ too. Like I'll start my heart. Wow, look at him. He's a real engagement.
Now, I tell you, somebody told me tonight that you actually died and were legally dead, and they resuscitated you. You woke up at the hospital, and you pulled the IV out of your arm and came here because it was Monday night at 8, and you wanted to do a spot here. Any truth to this? Yeah. This is what this guy was for. This is what this guy is. Oh, the British guy. Just to take a. He's not a little pussy. Break the boss. Sorry. Oh, he did finger at that time. Oh, my God. What does that mean in Britain? You're going to make me a tea or something like that? I've never seen a more jolly gargoyle before. Oh, now it's from the middle. Like a fake shot. But what did they tell you? You died from that night. Did you ever find out why you were to the hospital? What the whole holy shit. Oh, I had an infection on my jaw. I don't know. Yeah. Yeah. I don't. Yes. What would have happened? If it would have happened, hang out with a friend that I had. I was telling flat my mouth was cute, you know. And they call, they're like, "Are you okay?" And I go, "Well, our friend, I think he just." And then someone and they had to put their lips on your lips and try to not themselves. They just lost. You're almost down Scarlet. People have to invite you into the diet. Las Vegas is out. Ichabod! We have gone over, we have to turn the show after this. But, what do you guys say? Should we go to the bucket one more time? Alright, fuck it. Everybody gets lucky here tonight. You guys signaling too. Calling plays for the New England Patriots offense right now. Pencil behind your ears. The fuck out. It's a creepy game show host. This fucking out of work magician over here. This fucking Alright. Ready? What happens? We have it for Jay Smith. I'm not seeing any movement. Oh, here he comes. Jay Smith, ladies and gentlemen.
So I've been exercising a lot lately. You wouldn't believe how many people were possessed by demons. Well, that one. No, says I can't exercise. Got over back problems. So, doctor, where the ladies at? Where the ladies?
Bill got the stuff on their way. Jay Smith, you didn't come up here with any funny jokes. No, I'm just kidding. You were. I like your style, man. You said you are a bouncer at okay, what do you do? Okay, so where you find these jerks off clowns for a living. Oh, an electrician. He looks like most definitely has more. You ain't talking. I love it. I'm just saying this is I'm not a girl, not yet a woman. Crazy. That's right. I did. A little person who wished to be normal. Shoulder will not let you ride up. Anything is possible. You look like the only two reasons you use cargo pockets is for your weed and EBT card. Psychic like a motherfucker. You look like a 6 weenie in a pack of hot dogs. A guy who has mannequin legs. You have goals of a quadriplegic. I'm coming in wearing pants. You look like you have somebody with human skin over your amputated legs. Really like trying to revive memories of home. Yeah, I never on 2 cocoa sticks. Shit. Look at his fucking leg. You're not laughing at that joke. Look at his motherfuckers. He's got no calf muscle. Shit, take that. You look like you just took your first day. I wasn't as prepared as I thought, man. I ain't gonna lie. You look like a genie and the boy who wished for real legs. You look like shit if he was on death row. That's what happened. You called me a train bitch. Whoa! That's what happened. I look like a train. Out of work train. Come on, like you did last night. You better give up, Jay Smith. Your show waits. I appreciate that. Hell yeah, you got it, man. Oh, shit. Well, there you go. There he goes, then. Son of a bitch. Your sweaty ass nervous Paul. I didn't know we had a kindergartner on stage. Nice to psych. That's what you tell the trainees that you have sex with. You look like a baby Tupac talking about, I wonder if heaven got those. I'll be the halfway. Let's just say he looks like You act like shocked about these jokes. You have the legs of a motherfucking table. I'll get those. I've never seen anything like it before. Oh, by the way, for you listeners, the first few rows are all hunched over. They can't even look directly at his legs. They're I've seen. Never mind. If you walk fast, you got high top. It looks like you can roll an ankle.